Good evening, everyone. Confessionals, put your hand up now. Let's try that again. It's all good. It is great. All right, we're doing it. Good evening, everyone. It is 5:01. I'd like to call to order the closed session for the October 13th, 2021 HBCSD Board of Education regular meeting. Maggie, are you okay? Just checking on you. Christine, if you can please take the roll call.
Board Member Cole.
Present.
Board Member Gardner.
Present.
Board Member Cluth.
Present.
Vice President Clerk Beauvais LaMonica.
Present.
And President McCall.
Present.
All present.
Excellent, thank you. I know it's still tricky being in real life, but it makes such a difference. All right, I will open up for public communication. Christine, do we have any folks on Zoom waiting to make public comment for closed session?
Stephen, we don't have anybody waiting to make public comment on closed session tonight.
That's great to know. Thank you very much. And seeing no one in the chambers, I will close. I will adjourn. I would like, with no comments, I'd like to adjourn to closed session, and we'll reopen for the open session at 6 o'clock. Thank you.
Should I just let this continue to churn away at installing?
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the October 13th, 2021 regular meeting of the HBCSD board. It's hybrid. We are in person, in real life, as well as available digitally. There is nothing to report from tonight's closed session, albeit the board would like to re-adjourn for further closed session after this open session. So I'd like to call to order the open session for this evening. And Christine, if you could please take the roll call.
Board Member Cole?
Present.
Board Member Gardner?
Present.
Board Member Cluth?
Present.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica?
Present.
President McCall?
Present.
All present.
Thank you very much. If everyone would please rise and join us for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll move on to approval of tonight's agenda. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Doug. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. Christine, if you take the roll call.
Board Member Cole?
Aye.
Board Member Gardner?
Aye.
Board Member Cluth?
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica?
Aye.
President McCall?
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you very much. Motion carries, agenda is approved. Moving on to announcements. Jason.
Thank you. All right. Actually, I'm gonna wait till the superintendent update. I want to save the announcements and turn over to our great staff and student council that have it. So I'll save mine for the superintendent update. Thank you.
That sounds fantastic. I'm looking forward to this. All right, so calling up first, Hermosa Valley Student Council report. Good evening and welcome and congratulations.
I am Theo Macman, Valley's 8th grade vice president. I am Haley Case, Valley's 7th grade vice president.
I am Jack Pierce, Valley Student Council representative.
And I am Elise Ernst, Valley Student Council representative. We are excited to be here tonight to update you on what has been happening at Valley School.
Last month, we start with Hello Week. It was a week full of activities that focused on reaching out to others, inclusion, and community building. We want to give a big shout out to Miss Riley, Valley's new student counselor, and she did an amazing job putting together an entire week of fun activities for students.
In Mr. Kaplan's Team 7 programming and digital editing classes, students completed We Videos. The We Videos are a music montage where students pick a song and they have to line up imagery for each lyric of that song. Classes presented their projects and completed a write-up about that project. Currently, classes are starting to work on their alphabet and nature project, where students walk around the school campus and take pictures of nature that look like the letters of the alphabet. We're excited to see how the final projects turn out.
Math and language arts classes have been working hard on completing their first round of iReady assessments. They should be finished by the end of next week, and information will be shared to students and their families.
In STEAM 8 with Miss Bell, the news team has received their equipment for cameras and MacBooks, soundboards, and green screens. And students are very excited to get everything up and running. Some future projects they will be working on are to create a news team logo for the editors and to interview all student council candidates and post the photos for each member on the board outside the tech lab. STEAM students are also creating post-it art by drawing creating a post art, and finally producing art being displayed on a bulletin board in the school office. They are also now starting to code and learning lessons on coding. Lastly, STEAM students are also coding Vex robots after controlling them for last week. For the Vex Robotics, we try to code robots to successfully pick up blocks and move it to a destination on its own. Students will be showcasing their projects tomorrow. Next up for STEAM, students will begin designing and brainstorming ideas for creating and woodwork project artistic pens in the workshop. Once designs are approved, students can begin making their pens.
In 8th grade Spanish with Miss Infusino, students are learning basic Spanish vocabulary, mostly adjectives. For example, students are learning how to tell if words are masculine or feminine. Some words we are studying include el muchacho, the boy, and la muchacha, the girl. We are also learning what different articles are in English. They are the, a, and. In Spanish, they are el, la, los, las, un, una, unos, and unas. There's a lot. In the past few weeks, we have had 3 short quizzes about these simple words and short phrases like hasta luego and hasta pronto. We have practiced the dates, times, and common greetings. Every Friday, we have what is called verbal viernes, which means verbal Fridays. We earn weekly points, and it is how Senora Infusino keeps track of what we understand and what we are learning. She keeps each week interesting and fun with daily games and songs the class goes crazy for. Each day there is different activities such as reading Mondays, where she reads us a book in Spanish, and music Wednesdays, when we listen to popular songs in Spanish.
In Miss Ripley's 8th grade art classes, students have finished their Zentangle drawings and are now working on form and shading. Soon, students will begin working on their self-portraits, collage sketchbook cover, and then start making their sketchbooks. Red Ribbon Week will be celebrated at the end of the month from October 25th through the 29th. At Hermosa Valley, living a healthy lifestyle, coupled with making mindful choices, is our school-wide focus for Red Ribbon Week. Ms. Riley is currently developing some school-wide activities to incorporate into student classes. We look forward to a fun week.
At the end of the month, we will be having our annual Halloween Carnival on Friday, October 29th. Students have begun selling raffle tickets and will continue to sell tickets through the 29th. We hope to see everyone there and in their best costume. Thank you for allowing our student council to share what is happening at Valley Tea. We look forward to sharing more information with you next month.
Team, I was just going to say, well done. That was incredibly well coordinated and a great update. Especially strong out of the gate. So well done. Congratulations on your new roles. And we really value having you here, and thank you for taking the time to sort of prepare your updates, because these can sometimes be really long meetings, but having you guys in here really makes it special. So thank you. Our next announcement, we have Hermosa Valley Social Emotional Learning. Is that correct?
I'm not sure how we follow that.
All right.
So, hear me now? And I'm the principal at Valley. So I'm excited to update you about what's been going on social emotional, thank you, Taylor, learning wise. We have developed some 4 key components of our SEL. Jason, I don't know if you want to share the.
Christine, if we could put up that presentation. Thank you.
Next, please. We have 4 kind of cornerstones of our SEL program at Valley: student connection, intervention, communication, and our PBIS, or Positive Behavior Intervention System plan, in addition to working on tiers of support framework. Thank you. So first, I'm going to talk about intervention. We have begun the SST, or student study team process, from meetings that were on the docket to be held at the end of school last year, and also some that have come to our attention this year. This is for students that are struggling or have been struggling in classes, as indicated by parent referral, teacher referral. And so far, I think we started the year with a potential list of 40, and we've had 27 meetings so far. In these meetings, it's been really rich discussion and dialogue with the families that are present, and really working to problem solve, offering some tiered interventions in order to fully support our students. Cassie Riley, and that is her emoji that's present in our newsletters each week, has been killing it. Just absolutely. Is this me? Is it me? It feels like it's me. Okay. Okay, sorry. So she has been out in the student community. She's really been pushing into classrooms, doing that one-on-one support, teaching, talking to parents, looking at referrals, and building relationships within our school community. She's an invaluable member of our team at this point. So I'm not sure how I would ever do life without her. In addition, we've been partnering with the Juvenile Diversion Program and Joan Jenkins, former prosecutor and now Queen, let's figure out restorative practices in order to support our students champion. She's an amazing community partner brought to us by Beach City's Health District, and we're working on a couple of cases together. It's just been a really neat conversation and secondary perspective to education outside of the school environment. And then we're working on some peer-on-peer conflict resolution. Kids are back doing school together. And that has posed, new and old challenges. So just really working through those peer relationships. Thank you, Christine. So, thank you. The students already talked about Red Ribbon Week, so I'm going to go ahead and skip that. But lunch clubs are up and running for both elementary school and middle school. We have a list that's going out in the next week's newsletter that just illustrates where and when students can go. It's an additional layer of student support, another trusted adult on campus, and an opportunity to build relationships within their school community. Cassie Riley is also starting a new program for new students. It's a new student lunch club that's going to gather, since we've been growing so much in terms of enrollment. So it's gathering all of those students together and helping them to find a home, one for an elementary cohort and one for a middle school cohort. The students are actually really excited about this. We have 2 new students from Argentina that are now enrolled in that program. So it's going to be an opportunity for them to connect. And you're new, I'm new. What do we do here? And then also she's creating what's called a safety net lesson, which is fantastic. It's an opportunity, and it's been tailored for elementary school students as well as middle school students, with little faces about how they're feeling, who is an adult on campus and what is their email address. Please list your friends and their contact information. And then teachers are gathering that information. And if important information is missing, we will highlight those students and make sure that they do have a trusted somebody on campus. But it's an opportunity to gather some anecdotal data of how kids are feeling about being on campus and who they have in their resource repertoire. So student connection, this was huge. Students already talked about Start with Hello Week, which was a great success. We are working on classroom visits. So already 3rd and 6th grade, 4th and 5th grade are completed, and then 7th and 8th grade are in progress. We have a new counseling notice board. It was the clear plastic board outside the office that's now getting filled up with student pictures. Kids are actually coming up and taking pictures of their own pictures. So that's awesome to see. Cassie implemented a student suggestion box, and I actually also got some suggestions from one of our students' recs on how to make lunch time better. So we'll be holding a meeting, he and I, to implement some of his ideas at lunch. I just love the advocacy that goes on at Valley. He has a 3-page petition about implementing his ideas. I called his parents tonight, but just really great leadership, 5th grade student. Lunch clubs I discussed. So that's student connection. Communication. This is huge, and something that Valley staff said that they were really interested in having an opportunity or a place to go for accurate information on the daily. So Hillary Overbeck snaps to her on creating an amazing staff website resource that has everything downloadable, stipend, how to do a work order, what's going on, whose birthday it is, a hiccup board for things you see around campus that we can then quickly mitigate. So it's been a really great resource. Additionally, we're pushing out a staff weekly and Beachtown blurb, or the community newsletter, to families. And we've gotten really great feedback trying to cut down content. So you'll never see something more than 2 pages on these documents. Counseling Connection has gone out. The first one is 10/5, but in each of the community newsletters, we also have Cassie and her emoji there, pointing students and parents back to the social emotional learning resources. And we have the counseling page on the website. Additionally, we've updated the SST process and have vetted it through the district. We'll be rolling that out with teachers to just talk about what do those mitigation strategies look like? What does universal accommodations look like in the classroom? And how to really get to students ahead of time, working on tiered supports before it gets to the SST process. So we're excited to roll that out to staff. Thank you. And then this is the last piece. The document there is the link. You don't have to click it. Don't those kids look rad? I loved their faces. But this is our Valley Students Splash document, or our PBIS document. So what we did was we turned it into a little bit of a pledge, and teachers have gone over this document with each of their students, homeroom teachers or elementary teachers. Every student has to initial by the SPLASH, and then families have to sign below to read that they read it. We took the campus and we divided it into sectors and talked about what behavior should look like across the campus. So it's just an opportunity to see what positive behavior looks like on campus instead of framing it as like a negative or a punitive way of do not do this, do not chew gum. So we're working toward showing students what it looks like to be a very respectful, kind, meaningful citizen of Hermosa Valley. We'll be following that up with a discipline matrix that will be kind of placed together by interested parties and making sure that everybody has a voice in the development of that. But it's been a jam-packed month, super fun, and I just feel really honored to be a part of the community. So thank you for letting me share.
Jessica, thank you so much. That's really great. It's been a busy start to the year, so thank you so much for all you and the team are doing. I have an announcement of sorts, in as much as I think it's more of a shout out than an announcement, and I might actually hand over to my board member colleague to the right of me. There was a recent Goodrich soccer tournament, and Team Hermosa was well represented, but one of our lead. What were you, Maggie? Were you a striker? What were you?
I was out with a hamstring.
Ted Lasso on the sidelines. Please do further shout out because you were there.
Christine, were there any members who joined us online? Fair enough. So the Jeff Goodrich Parents Soccer Classic is a tradition that has happened since 2003 in the South Bay communities. It's a chance for parents to raise money that primarily goes to, it was initially funded by a Manhattan Beach member. And so the money has traditionally gone to Manhattan Beach X, but it also goes to other South Bay athletics groups. Jeff Goodrich was a local parent, a police officer. He passed away of brain cancer, and this tournament has continued in his honor ever since. Team Hermosa participated this year. It was one of our largest teams ever fielded. And so we had over 20 members who volunteered to sign up, to play, to give money to this. And I just wanted to shout out the members who were able to come to the tournament on the day of. We've been playing on Wednesday nights from 8 to 10 p.m. So unfortunately not there tonight to do our last round with them. But just wanted to thank publicly Kurt Zielinski, Jason Yasmin, Ryan McDowell, Sean Olson, Ian Landgren, who fielded the team and organized everything for Hermosa, Pete Fistianic, Cody Casey, Boyan Matovic, Nick Mancuso, Billy Neubauer, Ellie Estes, Randy Balick, and Rory Driscoll. It was a really nice opportunity for parents to come together in the spirit of Jeff Goodrich and all the work he did on behalf of the community, but also just to get out on the field and have a nice opportunity to play. So thank you on behalf of the board to all the folks who volunteered for Hermosa Beach. It was, you showed really well. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Team Hermosa. We're at risk of, we're going to repeat ourselves several times, but I think it's no bad thing up front for those of us that are joining in terms of announcements. We've got a lot of things that come in that are really important with our respective partners. So with HBF, we have annual giving. It started at the beginning of the year, off to a strong start. I'll give more details as part of my update. But also, if you haven't registered for Sketchers Walk, please do so. Not only registering your family, pets as well. They don't even have to walk. If the cat doesn't want to, it doesn't have to. It can be a virtual walker. And then, of course, with HVPTO, we have our Halloween Carnival you will not want to miss. And we have family portraits. There's still a few spots left this weekend, but I believe the following weekend is full. So just some early announcements. I'll give more details on things later. And then also State of the Schools. We will be having a State of the Schools address meeting. It will be a virtual meeting. It is on Wednesday, October 27th. The theme of that State of the Schools is Thrive K through Life. So we'll give more details on that later also. All right. With that, there's nothing further, Jason. Good. We'll move on to communications and public comments to the board. I'd just like to remind folks, thank you for all of those present. I think I can see in terms of requiring mouse for in-person attendance. And then just with the normal procedures that we have, I've got 3 comment cards here, I believe. I'll take them in the order that they were handed to me. So if anyone else is wanting to make a comment this evening, if they could, the comment cards are at the back. If you could fill one in and then pass it up through to the front, and then we'll get you in line. That would be great. And also, Christine, just to check, do we have folks on Zoom as well? We have a few folks. Could you give me a count?
Looks like we have 3 people waiting for public.
Christine, that's Share Gates is actually Matt Gates. That's our construction.
Oh, I got confused.
No,
Thank you for that
he uses his
clarification,
wife's
Jason.
login.
Sure.
It's good to get a
So
count. Then that's great. We'll take the folks in the chambers first, and then we'll move to Zoom folks afterwards. So with that, I'd just like to remind the public comments from the public to the board members of the audience may address the board on any topic within the board's jurisdiction, regardless of whether it is listed on the agenda. However, the board may not discuss issues raised that are not listed on the agenda. Topics not on the agenda that are brought to the board's attention may be investigated by the administration and a report made to the board, either publicly or privately at a future meeting. Comments shall not exceed 3 minutes per individual speaker unless waived by the majority of all members of the board. All right. So with that, apologies if I pronounce this. Is it Betty or Bet? Moa? Thank you. Betty, it is Betty. Thank you, Betty. If you could come up and address, thank you. If you wouldn't mind just restating your name and also affiliation to the school district, that would be helpful for the board.
Okay, my name is Betty Mauer. I'm a Hermosa Beach resident, and I'm also a Grammy of 2 wonderful little grandkids in Hermosa Beach School.
Thank you.
So my comments are all over your agenda. I didn't know exactly which one to write down. I'd like to make a statement first about the social and emotional wellness module. It is a concept that focuses classroom time on cultivating a student's mindsets, values, and behaviors, shifting the focus away from academic achievements, and is an affront to parental purview. It replaces parental values with another moral construct approved by the school. All Hermosa Beach kids should be able to walk into the classroom and not know what their teachers or administrators believe politically. They should be protected from what society is arguing about so that they can focus on learning to read and write, understand math, and learn an unbiased history. Hermosa Beach schools should teach them how to think, not what to think. That is in the parental domain. And as you can tell, probably, I'm a retired teacher, and I wish I had the technological expertise that today's teachers do. But I want you to set your clock back about 30 years when I was teaching. And we made presentations with the old, permanent marker and poster board. And as you can see on one side, this is what I think. I'm against critical race theory in the classroom. Another label for it is culturally responsive teaching, CRT, same initials. And I am definitely against the funding of Center X. On the yes side, oh, and by the way, on the no side is the 1619 project nonsense. Get it out of the classroom. On the yes side, the year is 1776. Absolutely. Our Constitution, Declaration of Independence. Yes, in the classroom. Pride in the USA. Content of character. Reading, writing, arithmetic, and unbiased history. Yes to all of those things. Thank you for your letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, Betty. If I could next have Christine Dent, please. If you wouldn't mind also just stating your name and affiliation with the district, please.
Yes. Hi, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Christine Dent, former teacher at Hermosa Valley School for 14 years. Again, thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm among the many teachers that have resigned recently. It is with gratitude and sadness that I speak tonight. Excuse me if I get emotional. First, I'd like to thank the board, district, and community for including me as a community member for 14 years. It has been a wonderful honor to teach at Hermosa Valley School, and I will miss it. Second, I'd like to acknowledge the eroding culture that is happening among staff and bring it to light. I did not think I would be resigning at the end of this last school year. At the beginning of August, I was told I would teach the 4-5 combination class. This is not something I wanted, nor did the community. After many phone calls and contact with the superintendent, all of my requests for support and solutions to eliminate this combination class were denied. As a result, I requested a leave of absence, which was also denied. I did not want to resign, but I felt as though I did not have a choice. I had hoped that I'd be able to take leave of absence and return to the best little beach school. It is a loss that did not have to be endured by the district. 2 days after my resignation, the combination class was eliminated. And one class was open, a straight 4th and a straight 5th, as you know, and one class did not have a teacher to start the year. It is alarming at the rate at which staff members are being pushed to their thresholds and resigning. There are many teachers and staff members who also don't feel comfortable asking for support or speaking their truth because they fear retaliation. They are correct. Due to me expressing my vulnerability and asking for support, I was pushed out and punished for being transparent and honest. While the best little beach school is saying that it's thriving, it's crumbling from within. With the infrastructure of teachers and staff that are not being valued nor respected. I strongly encourage the board and my fellow teachers to take a look at the certificated contract for job placement, seniority on job placement, as well as language on combination classes. Due to lack of language in the contract, a veteran teacher was lost. Teachers and staff members in this community deserve better. My hope is that the story is heard and that other current and former staff members also bring their stories forward. Understand they are human, their sanity and health matter. They are not disposable, they must be respected. In the words of Brene Brown, if we want people to fully show up so that we can innovate, solve problems, and serve people, we have to be vigilant about creating a culture in which people feel safe, seen, heard, and respected. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Next, I'd like to call up Becky. Becky, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and affiliation with the district, please.
Hi, my name is Becky Schulten, and I'm a parent in the Hermosa Beach City School District. This is really hard for me to do. I'm just going to start by saying that. So hi, I'm Becky Schulten. I'm a HBCSD parent, and I've lived on 19th Street next to Hermosa View for over 20 years. I look out my bedroom window every day at the new kinder building currently being constructed. My neighbors and I rallied to help get Measure S passed, and we were assured by former Superintendent Pat Escalante and the past school board that we would not only be involved in the design process for Hermosa View, but kept abreast of changes along the way to ensure our ocean views were maintained. Important when you live in a beach community. I can assure you that not only were we not involved in any design process, we feel as if we were purposely kept in the dark for months on end, especially as construction started and ramped up. Prior to groundbreaking, we asked for anything related to construction, plans, rendering, even a meeting was requested back in April to walk the grounds with the construction team. This before any construction had even started. Our requests were either were not responded to, or we were told there wasn't anything to share yet, plans were still not approved and being worked on. We were also told buildings would not be taller than the NPR by former school board members and the former superintendent. In January, you value engineered away grading, which makes the new buildings sit much higher than the NPR and dramatically affects the ocean views of the 19th Street residents. We were never notified of these changes. Why does a one-story kindergarten building need to be 19 feet tall? Why does it need to be taller than the current classroom buildings? An 11-foot drop ceiling for kinders and over 7 feet in crawl space above for no good reason. It's egregious and it makes no sense and it blocks ocean views. We asked to sit down and understand this all before you broke ground. We were largely ignored, placated, and in hindsight, you told us lies about building heights. When it was brought to your attention in early September, when it was clearly visible that this was untrue, and we asked you to please halt construction to discuss, you continued construction. Frankly, in my opinion, based on the pace I've observed, it actually seems as if you sped things up. And on a side note, did you know that the workers have been showing up at 6 a.m. and starting construction before 7? Did you also know that my neighbors never complained about this because we wanted to see this project happen until we realized that you're not even willing to sit down and discuss this and understand the true issue at hand, our property values? I had a conversation with Dr. Johnson and expressed my frustration and disappointment. And he said to me, if you think your neighbors are upset now, just wait until we get done with them. My jaw hit the floor and I felt threatened. What does that even mean? And why would anybody say that? This district has not been upfront and my neighbors and I feel compelled to call you out on it. This threat was simply because if we felt forced to take the district to litigation, then you will run out of money. And instead of just our ocean views being blocked, we will simply have to look at an unused, not completed, forever construction site school. Is that a threat too? Because you've overrun your budget at Vista and you had to value engineer view, you disregarded the view neighbors and your actions will directly affect our neighbors' property values and loss of view. How is any of that fair? None of this had to happen if you were transparent from the start. It's very upsetting and frankly not very Hermosa-like. I am in no way here representing PTO, but as the current president, I feel very unheard and feel forced to take action against the school district that I love and have continued to work tirelessly to support. I sincerely hope I will not have to step down as president, but sadly, it appears to be a major conflict of interest for me to continue in this capacity. You all should be very ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you, Becky. Any further in chambers? Seeing none, we'll move on to Zoom comments. Christine?
Stephen, I'm just admitted, HVS teacher for public comment on Zoom.
Great. If you could please state your name and your affiliation with the district. Thank you. We'll give a moment because there is sometimes a delay in technology.
We've made a request for the HBS teacher to unmute their Zoom call.
Thanks, Taylor. Let's just check again. HVS teacher, at least that's the moniker up on the Zoom session. If you'd like to make a public comment, if you could please unmute your line and just let the board know your name and affiliation with the district would be helpful. Thanks. doesn't look as though we're getting a response. I have to know, I know Quentin had a reboot. Is it mine rebooted during the session as well? My camera went off. So we've probably got some technology shenanigans going on. But so with that, maybe I'm not seeing the person on mute. I'm not able to unmute them. Maybe if we could move on to who would be the next person to be admitted.
Stephen, there isn't any other people in the waiting room now for public comment.
Okay. If Christine, I don't know how we're able to monitor anything for later in the meeting. If they are watching this meeting, if they could email cds@hbcsd.org. It depends if the board's open to taking a comment later in the session, but otherwise I'm inclined to move on. So seeing no further public comment, I'm going to close public comment and we'll move on to written communications. Bear with me 1 second. I'll start off just because I know there was a number of email communications to all of us. I had Elizabeth Yoon regarding TK, Helen Evans to all regarding records request, Mitch Midler and 19th Street Neighbours regarding view construction, Zrinka Dekic regarding COVID vaccination, and Liz Tindorf regarding superintendent and updates. I also received written communication to myself individually from Erin Smith and Katie Wall regarding HVF, Becky Sholton regarding HVPTO, Claudia King regarding spaces parking, Don Brown and Jen Horn regarding their mentor role, Carolyn Petty regarding equity and inclusion, Alina Wibrow regarding the office of Senator Ben Allen, and Lindsay Morgan regarding attrition. I'll maybe go down the line. Quentin, any further written communication?
Nothing further.
Great, thanks.
And nothing different than you got.
Great, thanks, Jen. Maggie?
I have a few here. So I think you mentioned the letter of support from HBEA that came out today. So the board received a letter of support from HBEA on their contract. There was an email from Mitch Midler about View. There was an email from Scott Davey about Vista and traffic. There was an email from the principal of Norwalk regarding the Golden Bell Awards. An email between Carlene Bestie and HBEF regarding Vista signs. And the remainder were addressed to the board.
Thank you, Maggie.
I got all the ones that the board got. The only one in my list that went on to the board that wasn't I don't think was mentioned, but maybe it was meal process about records requests. I also got one from Jim Fasola about staffing.
Thank you, Doug. Moving on to superintendent update.
Thank you, Stephen. All right. So first, we have fall sports. We had just had tryouts. Very excited. We have flag football and girls volleyball starting very soon. Next, we did start our iReady assessments for math and English language arts. Kudos to our students and our staff for administering those assessments. It takes a lot to do, so we're really appreciative of that. Next, we have Red Ribbon Week coming up. That is the week of the 25th through the 29th. And I also want to highlight that's Bullying Prevention Month. And then we also have a parent mixer coming up. So to all of our, especially our new parents, we would love to see you there. And I really encourage them to attend. It's a good opportunity to meet PTO as well as HBF. And then, where am I? Staffing. So we've been putting out a lot of announcements and a lot of social media advertising, and we've kind of expanded our net as well too to Indeed as well as other social media outlets. Thanks to our communication specialist, Eileen. But we really are looking for instructional assistants, noon supervisors, and volunteers. We are almost there with the Noon supervisors. I think that we're about to fill our last position, but we are very much in need of special education instructional assistants. This is a statewide need when it comes to staffing. If we have community members that are interested, we really just want to spread the word and pass it. And then I want to give a big thanks to our community as well too, for their volunteerism. We've had a lot of parents come and volunteer on the playground, in the front office, just to fill the gaps, because it is hard, as you all know, with managing COVID, being back to school, a lot of our student needs, just it goes a long way. So a big kudos, and I know that they've really helped out Ms. Bledsoe down there, and I wanted to also send appreciation to her for helping to rally our parents as well too. So thank you for that. As Stephen mentioned, we have Skechers coming up on Sunday, October 24th. Be there or be square. You can virtual walk as well too. I like to go personally with my kids and stuff. I think it's always fun. It's a little crowded, start early. Register. This is free money. And the participation really does raise a lot of dollars for our school district. So I really encourage it. And then finally, the PTO Carnival is on Friday, October 29th. This will be my first go around for the PTO Carnival. I think I'm going to bring the family as well to that. So hope to see you there. And then just a big shout out to PTO for their work in volunteering. I think that they've met their capacity for volunteers, which is awesome. It's a big job, as I've come to learn. And we're excited. So thanks to our parents for putting that together. And that is the end of my superintendent update. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you very much, Jason. Moving on to board reports. I do have an update from the most recent HVPTO board meeting, but I just want to check if anyone else has any other board reports. I see a finger from Maggie, but you guys are good. Okay. Maggie, why don't you go first?
Sorry, this didn't make the agenda. Ms. Gluck pulled together the first LCAP meeting of the year. There was a delay in the because of COVID from last year in terms of the normal process of the parent groups that were able to meet. So excited to be back with Ms. Gluck and the LCAP. There was no formal processes taken. It was an overview and walkthrough of the LCAP process.
Thank you, Maggie. With my board report, I'll first of all cover off items on HBF. I'll try and give you the cliff notes, as it were. There is a lot going on with both of our organizations, and I mean, it sort of goes without saying, but they do a lot. They have a lot of new board members, which is fantastic, with that new energy, as well as the new president. So shout out to all of them and Erin. We have of particular note is the annual giving donations. You know, that was kicked off at the end of September and raised $340,000 towards the year end goal, which they're targeting 1.2 million. So strong. And I think recognizing that I caught 65% of revenue is in September and October with both annual giving and also Skechers. So it really is an important couple of months, and hence sort of if you hear these announcements said multiple times, that's why. A good reminder that 100% of annual giving dollars this year will help the district raise funds for our enriched and special programs. Those things might include, you know, the art, Spanish, tech labs, etc., ideas labs, librarians, so forth. They ultimately, and one of the other key features is that they look to help reduce class sizes. They've got updated marketing, lots of good updates on their endowment, and that's moving forwards. And then really one of their tentpole things, as Jason just mentioned, October 24th with Skechers. It's such a huge one. Last year raised $164,000, which is staggering. It is a 3 to 4x return. All the McCalls are registered, including Duke McCall, our puppy. So, I mean, it is just a way of making sure that, you know, as a school district, we have more registrations than students, which is sort of a nice accomplishment for, we are small yet mighty. With regards to HVPTO, lots of things up and running. They will have all their board positions filled. So thank you again to all the volunteers, and their back to school events they covered that. This weekend, I mentioned there are some spots available for family portraits if folks are interested in grabbing those final remaining spots. But the big event, again, which they bring so much wonderful school spirit, is the Halloween Carnival on October 29th. That's Friday. There'll be plenty of other things I think it's worth touching on. You know, there's a pumpkin carnival, there's Operation Gratitude with the candy drive afterwards. Of note is around the teacher grants that they provide a lot for our teachers. So thank you for that, as well as special projects. So moving on to superintendent's reports and board discussion. First up, we have item R14, 2122, Air Tutors Intervention.
Be a lot of me tonight.
That's
Christine, there's a, thank you for that. So I feel really excited to bring this opportunity to Hermosa. This is a fantastic company that I've had a privilege to work with in the past, Air Tutors. It's run by a gentleman named Hassan, who has a fantastic story when it comes to development of appropriate programming for students. And I think a lot of times believing in a company is believing in the people that are behind it. But he actually dropped out of medical school to his parents' dismay when he found that students in the South Bay were being insufficiently supported by tutoring programs that he felt could be more robust with experienced tutors that had teaching backgrounds. So he recruited Harvard, Yale, a bunch of different students across Ivy League schools to be partners in education for South Bay students and developed this program. So I want to walk you through it. So the great thing about Air Tutors is it's an online program. And I know in a year where we're trying to really work on in-person instruction, we also are having challenges with regard to scheduling because students have after-school commitments like sports and things like this that are immediately following their day. So I want to do a quick shout out to our math team, Monique Gonzalez, Danica Brown, and Nat Hazard, who are running intervention right now. Busting at the seams intervention. In fact, the first one, I think Nat had 36 students walk in for math help, which is fantastic. It's our students that are seeking help outside the class. So that's great. It was the day before an assessment. I want to note that. But it's still a great thing that the community also supports in way of teacher stipends. This, however, is an opportunity for students to schedule when they're available. So the idea behind this is it's an online platform with a whiteboard component and a tutor-faced component. The student is in communication with the tutor. They're matched by a personality test, uniquely matched. A quick little aside story. I had a student who spoke a very rare dialect of Mandarin, but from a separate province. And Hassan actually found a tutor from that area to match with my student, and they were able to connect on calculus, believe it or not. So it's just a really great resource. Aaron and Facino, we were talking about our new students that are coming in from other countries that have language barriers. It's an opportunity to access curriculum and content. Thank you. It's one-on-one, it's also small group. So one of the great things about this partnership is we're not paying a one flat rate for each student. We are paying group rates. It's going to be the proposal to the board is for middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students. We feel would be most appropriate in the area of math instruction. It would be, we would also have an opportunity to run groups to save on costs. It will be run through me, so I would be the only one to recommend, although when our trimester is over, we'll be running the DNF report and reaching out to teachers for student recommendations who would be a great fit for this program. We're combining students with regard to skill set, so we can meet up to 5 students at one time and pay one rate for that session. It's still small group instruction and an opportunity for students to learn from a high quality professional with that math background. It's also alignment with our curriculum. So every session is recorded. Students can watch each of the sessions back. Their parents have access to the portal. the teacher has access to the portal. So the teacher can see exactly how a tutor went through the process and kind of revamp and look to see, okay, well, here's what I want you to focus on. Students have phone communication. There's a disclosure that parents have to sign, make sure they're in an open space, make sure they're not in pajamas, in order to participate with the tutors. And the parent has access to everything, but basically the student could even take a photo of work that they're working on and text it to their tutor. So their tutor is ready for concepts moving forward, and the tutoring can be really targeted. They also focus on not completion of homework, but more looking at standards and process so students can understand what is the global concept of the problem as opposed to what is number 6? What's the answer to number 6? So in order to be a tutor with Air Tutors, the minimum is a bachelor's degree with 3 years of teaching experience and personalities that match our student population. So this is just a screenshot of a tutor and a student working on a problem set. So sometimes it's something that's submitted, the tutor can flash it up on the screen, they can annotate together, and they can have a conversation about the concepts. Thank you. So when we look at Air Tutor, we also want to make sure any program that we bring into the district is aligned with processes that we already have, and we're not trying to reinvent the wheel or use a different system that doesn't communicate with the systems that are already in place. And the great thing about Air Tutors is it's data-driven. And as a scientist, I'm very much behind data-driven choices. They also link with iReady scores. So we are able to look at how students are doing in math from our benchmark, implementation, and then post-implementation of Air Tutors. Academically, we have seen scores rise in multiple South-based schools who have adopted the Air Tutor program, in addition to iReady growth curves increasing for students that are part of the tutoring program. So in interim results, they did an entire analysis of this. Actually, they just got picked up at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which, if any of you know, becoming a part of that is an incredibly challenging application process, and it's a big feather in their cap, but it's a very high quality program. So these results suggest those who participated in Air Tutors achieved significantly higher growth on these iReady assessments nationally. So here's our plan. In looking at the scope of MTSS, or multi-tiered systems of support, RTI, PBIS, opportunities for student support, SST processes, things like this, what we noticed in that preliminary analysis is that we lack tier 2 interventions. So that's an opportunity for students to not alley-oop over into a program that's not befitting to them or inappropriate, like a 504 plan or assessment for special education. So basically, tier 2 interventions are a chance for us to get the student where they're at, provide them some sort of, here's something that can help to improve, allow parents an opportunity to take a breath or take a beat with a service, and then track progress and data to look to see what's happening with regard to the results. Again, just to reiterate, it's 6th to 8th grade math, so we're not thinking about this for the littles. And the referral will be from the site administrator in an effort to control budget. So Jason and I would be working closely with this in addition to Sylvia on where are we benchmarking out. So we'll be setting up trimester benchmarks to see what is our participation, what is the data saying, and then how to ramp up or tier back as we approach trimester exams. And then this is a limited rollout. I don't believe in tossing things out to everybody and seeing what fits. I believe in a slow roll to see how students are accepting new curriculum and new programming. Once we do that, we can kind of ramp up and make sure that the program that we're pushing out to students is successful and the communication is appropriate. The financial impact is a $14,000 ELO grant working on learning loss mitigation in an effort to increase math scores at Valley Middle School, and also understanding that middle school sets the foundation for algebra and high school and further math. And if we don't really firm up and solidify that foundation, we'll be dealing with learning loss for years to come. So thank you for allowing me to present.
Thank you very much. That's excellent. Board, any questions? And I'll just looking, I'm seeing shakes of head, which is an all thumbs up from the board. So thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Moving on to item R15, 21, 22, Beach City South District.
Evening to the board. My name is Allie Stewart, and I am the Director of Youth Services at Beach Cities Health District. Happy to be with you here tonight. Happy to be back in this chamber. It's been a little while. So I'm here to give you just a brief health update this evening, kind of what we've been partnering on over the years, and then some of the newer COVID partnerships that we've done over the past 18 months. So just briefly, when we look at Beach Cities Health District and our youth health priorities, really focusing in these three categories: nutrition and exercise, social emotional health, substance use. I'm not going to share too much data with you tonight, but we look at all sorts of data sources collected across the beach cities, and then how we benchmark to other school districts across the county, across the state, and across the country. So looking at California Healthy Kids Survey data, and more recently the Panorama Education data, as well as focus groups and other things that we do in the community to determine what the health priorities are and how we as a local public health agency can support our school partners in these efforts. And so looking at nutrition and exercise and social emotional health and substance use, and how are we making improvements and over time to really impact the health and well-being of students, staff, and families in our communities. So looking ahead to some of the funding opportunities that we provide to the school district. On the next slide, please. Thank you. We partner with you on a lot of programs that might not be reflected in this direct funding. These are the sources of the direct funding through our service agreement that we review annually to make sure we're still on track with our health priorities, providing some funding directly to Palos Verdes School Garden for the programs that they are running over at Hermosa Valley, and then more recently supporting the efforts around Panorama Education. And I would say just one thing about Panorama Education, and I know you've talked about that previously and perhaps a little bit later tonight, we thought that that was an opportunity to really look at on a more ongoing basis how student health was changing over the course of a school year. We did happen to start that during COVID, which I think is going to provide a really unique point in time assessment of how student mental health was during that particular time of the pandemic. So when that initial survey was conducted, and we did this across all three Beach City school districts, that was a time when virtual learning was happening. And I think we're still assessing and calibrating on how we're going to continue to support students in the, I wouldn't even say aftermath, because it's not over yet. We're still very much in this public health pandemic, but what are we doing to make sure we're supporting mental health and social emotional health for all in our community? And I know that starts with our students, and that starts here. So I think we thought over many years and working closely with Sylvia and the team to determine what was the best tool to provide that ongoing opportunity for assessment. And so looking forward to being able to do even more with that data and provide more opportunities to provide support in the school environment. So we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So more recently, we've been busy with COVID health priorities across not only in the school environment, but in the community at large. And so over the past 18 months, we've shifted our workforce into disaster service workers, supporting community-based testing efforts over the past 6 months, really supporting community vaccination efforts. That's where I just came from this evening. We did a booster vaccine clinic for school staff over at Adventureplex. We had about 400 employees come through for that booster opportunity. We'll be doing that again next week over at South Bay Adult School. So those were many of the educators that we had the opportunity to vaccinate back in the spring. It's hard to believe that's only been 6 months ago, but that was in March, April, May. And so that's been a real health priority for us across the district, continuing to provide some support in the areas of COVID-19 testing. We ran a county COVID testing site over at our main Beach Cities campus for about a year. We shuttered that operation in June, really thinking that testing was largely behind us, but realizing now that that's still an ongoing need. So providing that support to our school district partners. So where we are organizationally in supporting COVID-19 testing now is exclusively for our school district partners, as well as our fellow city agencies that might need support in those testing areas. So again, providing enhanced mental health support continues to be a focus for us at the health district, and also providing this ongoing opportunity for accurate and timely health information around COVID. So we'll continue to do those education sessions in the community. We'll be hosting one a little bit later in this month to talk about what's on the horizon with COVID that I'll mention in just a moment. So some of the ways that we've supported our school partners since last fall, we did launch a school well-being line. That's a dedicated call line that any member of the school community can call on days that school is in session about questions related to COVID, questions related to vaccines or testing, and also to provide that ongoing mental health support. So the goal eventually, that school well-being line will ring in our soon to be developed youth wellness center. So eventually that will be the dedicated resource for community members to call into seeking mental health support. So next slide, please. That's just a quick look at that well-being line. Again, that's staffed by members of our youth services team. So right now we're receiving lots of calls with questions about COVID testing and COVID vaccinations and what's to come. So we thank the school district for all your support in getting that word out to your school community. This complements our well-established information and referral line that we've been running for more than 10 years. And that has a database of more than 1,000 community health resources that people can get dedicated referrals for any health issue that they might be experiencing, everything from supporting aging parents at home or other health concerns that they'd like to be connected to what's happening in our community. So that database is not just the South Bay, but it's really the greater Los Angeles area. So next slide, looking at our South Bay Consortium for School Vaccines. So we had the opportunity, and it's hard to think that it was only back in the spring of this year when there were very limited availability of vaccines. And so we decided to form a consortium with 11 school districts in the greater South Bay. So all of the districts from Inglewood down to Palos Verdes and all in between, including, of course, our Beach City school districts, to partner with them to support the public health department as they deployed vaccination efforts for educators to start, and then in the later months of April, May, and June to support vaccination efforts for 16 plus, and then again as it dropped down to eligibility for those ages 12 to 15. And so over the course of those months, we have administered about 16,000 vaccine doses. Those efforts will continue. I mentioned some of the booster efforts that are ongoing since educators are in one of those priority populations for approved boosters if you were receiving Pfizer at least 6 months ago. We're also doing that for older adults in our community, hosting a vaccine clinic up the street at the community center yesterday for older adults, and are continuing to go into their homes and provide at-home vaccination if they're not able to get out to a community site. So if we look ahead on the horizon with kind of what's next with COVID, kind of where we'll be focusing our attention, and I would say really for the next 2 months, the next big thing will be around the vaccination efforts for 5 to 11. Some key dates on that timeline, the various committees that need to approve that, that'll be happening the last week of October, which will be coming quickly. And then we are hearing that inventory, because it is a different dose for the 5 to 11, could take a week to 10 days after that approval to actually get out into the system and through the vaccination providers. So we're working closely with the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health to be prepared for that. We know our vaccination setup will need to be a little different for that audience, for the 5 to 11s to accommodate. So working closely with all of our school partners to potentially host clinics at school sites throughout the beach cities, and then in addition to the clinics that we've been hosting on site at both Adventureplex and our main BCHD campus. So that's what's next for us in terms of vaccination efforts. We're continuing to provide COVID testing support. We've deployed teams for pop-up opportunities at school sites, and then are also running the testing for the school community for those with close contacts or exposures Monday through Friday at our office in Redondo Beach, that people can sign up if they've been referred through their school partners. And then again, with the community education events, providing that timely information so our community is aware of what's happening in the latest guidance as it continues to shift and evolve. So also ahead. It's not all COVID. There's other things on the horizon, although some days it feels like it is just all COVID, but other things that are ahead for the health district. We're really excited to bring a youth wellness center space to the beach cities. I know we've discussed this previously at board meetings. It's been many years in the making. Had a little bit of a delay due to COVID. We were granted some state funding back in May 2020. That was delayed. We received our contract from the state in June of this year, and our board of directors did approve that program at the end of July. So we're nearing that contract being finalized, and then we'll have the opportunity to reach out into the really robust network of mental health providers that we are lucky to have in this community to provide a physical space for all of these community-based programs. So at our facility in Redondo Beach. And the goal of this youth wellness center, and this is one of 7 sites that will be opening up across the state with the support of Stanford Center for Youth Mental Health and Wellbeing, is to provide a one-stop shop for a young person, 12 to 25, to walk in and have access to mental health services that we know can often be really hard to access for financial reasons, stigma, lots of reasons why there are barriers to this care. And so they would be able to come in and access that service regardless of their ability to pay. And so I think over the 4-year grant period, it really is, how do we make this sustainable? How do we make this scalable? And we're really excited to be able to do that here in the beach cities. Red Ribbon Week was mentioned. So our ongoing efforts around substance use prevention, still a top priority. I will say some promising data that came out over the past year. We are starting to see some of those substance use numbers across the beach cities start to decline across all categories. So that would be past 30-day drug and alcohol use, as well as the vaping numbers have really plummeted, which is promising as well. So we're continuing to track if that was just a blip on the radar, if that's truly a trend. So more to come on that and the data that we're seeing there. And then I think staying focused on maybe some of the city level policies that might be happening around substance use, marijuana, et cetera, and how we're making sure that we're considering those policies from really a lens of protecting and promoting youth health. So we're here to support you in all things related to health and wellness. Happy to be here, happy to answer any questions. And I just want to say thank you. I know it's been a challenging time, and we're here to support you in whatever way we can. So thank you.
Ali, thank you so much. And sincerely, on behalf of the board, I mean, thank you to Beach Cities Health for all that you do. I mean, you're a critical long-term partner, and we're by no means out of the woods on many issues, and these are long-term things, but you do a lot for our school in particular, and thank you. Very much appreciate. Opening it up to any questions from the board. Quentin, seeing your hand first.
Thanks for coming out tonight. Thank you, of course, to Beach Cities for all you guys do. Just early on in your presentation, you had a slide that had sort of 3 categories of health priorities: nutrition, social emotional wellness, substance abuse, and a lot of distinct elements underneath them. I wonder if you could, if you could link some of these health related topics back to kind of the core educational mission. Like, how do you see these health and safety things linking back to providing a really excellent education for our kids?
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think when we look at those core programs, really health is a core element for students to be able to thrive in school, and I would say in life. And so I think by having the opportunity to supplement through some of the social emotional programs that were mentioned earlier in the evening, we do really think that health is something that we sometimes take for granted. And I think it's only until we are not well or are down a path that it makes it really challenging to thrive if you're a student or an adult. And so I think that for us, being well and creating these foundational healthy habits from a very young age. We know it's way easier to instill healthy habits from a young age than it is to try to change people's behaviors later in life. And so I think that's why it's been such an honor to work with you all to make sure those healthy habits are instilled from a very early age. And I think when you look at it from a financial standpoint too, it's a lot more cost effective to be in the space of prevention rather than intervention and treatment. So whatever we can do to get healthy habits started early and start from a prevention lens rather than an intervention end is going to be beneficial not only for the individual, but the healthcare system as a whole.
I'll just add on to that, though, that my son, I've sent photographs to Ali of my son being on vacation where he'll take a mindful moment, you know, at a beach or something like that. And this is, you know, these are things that I was never taught as a kid to take those moments. And I, you know, really at a very young grade level sort of implementation of these tools that hopefully.
I thought we called those timeouts, Stephen. Sorry.
It's not time. Less of that, please. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you. And I would just close with that. Our board of directors does do a mindful moment every board meeting. So if you were ever
I know, I
interested
was
in bringing
mindful
that
of
to
it.
this board, I'll just put that out into the.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Sorry, I just had one thing. Again, I'm just echoing the thank yous, but you've been with this organization for so long, and I just appreciate how much you give to your job, your effort, you coming here at every time at night, you giving these amazing presentations. Like, you're amazingly professional. We love having you. It's just like you just knock it out of the park every time. So thank you for coming and doing your job really, really well.
Good.
Stephen, may I make a comment?
You got thumbs up. Yes, please.
Thank you. I just want to take an opportunity, because I haven't had a chance to do so publicly, just to acknowledge Ali Stewart and Beach City's Health District. As a small school district during COVID, I mean, like, we are tremendously challenged by the logistics of dealing with COVID. And I can truly say that without Beach City's Health District, we probably wouldn't have been able to reopen schools as fast as we had and mitigate our cases as much as we had. And I don't throw this word around lightly, but Beach City's role with Hermosa Beach and the greater South Bay area is heroic, and is a major difference maker for the safety of the South Bay and Hermosa Beach. So I really appreciate you. I've worked with Ali since Redondo, and with respect to Tom, who I love, I think the world of you, and I just cannot thank you enough for your work, like, on a personal level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ali. Great. Moving on to item R16 2122, view construction updates.
Peter, is it okay if I do this? Thanks. Okay. Hi. So I'm here to present as one of two parts about Hermosa View construction. I'm going to give an overview of where we've been and where we are now. And then I'm going to turn over to Erickson Hall and SVA, our architects. Erickson Hall's our construction. Can you hear me okay? Oh, so I really do need to use this one? Okay. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you. Is that better? Great, thanks. Okay, so SVA, our architect, and Erickson Hall, our construction partners, will be presenting the second part about the construction benchmarks. So first, I'd like to start off with a timeline. Go to the next slide. So here is the timeline for Measure S, which was passed in 2016. And then in 2017 through 2019, there was design updates during the course of those 2 years. And then finally in 2021, we underwent value engineering. And then in 21-22, where we are now, we are currently under construction. I'm going to walk through this timeline just to show the development of the project, and how we got to where we are today. Slide. So thanks to the community, members of the board, and our school partners, we were able to pass Measure S. Leading up to Measure S in 2016, there was a very extensive district-wide facilities improvement plan that went into great depth about the project itself. Prior to the election, there was also public meetings and workshops that were held as well, giving input and giving details about the project. These preliminary site plans included, in-depth details about the construction project at Vista and at View. This would include portal replacements of permanent structures, as well as the 2-story kindergarten building, as well as a new front office with classrooms and library. Slide. So then after the passage of Measure S in 2017 through 2019, changes continue to be made to the project through public meetings as well as through workshops. The district, under the guidance of Superintendent Escalante, worked tirelessly in order to work with the community in order to make sure that there was substantial community input. So these updates were provided to the Board of Education during the course of those 2 years. This included the lowered roof line of the project's highest building, as well as the replacement of the 2-story kinder building with a 1-story kinder building based off of community input. You'll see a presentation down below there. That's from 2017 reporting on some of these changes, where you can also see the input that was given, as well as the community meeting that was taking place at the workshop in order to engage the community and collect that feedback. Slide. So then COVID hit, and as we were undergoing the construction of Vista, not only was the project delayed due to the international pandemic, as well as that the cost escalation took place because of supply shortage, which we're all experiencing still to this day. Therefore, the project required value engineering at View because the cost of materials continued to go up prior to the beginning of the project and the approval of the GMP, the max price. These value engineering reductions were presented in January and in February board meetings. Below, you'll see those design changes, which includes a lowering of the roof over in the front office, as well as the raising of the grade or the elimination of grade work that would impact the roof line over at the 1-story kinder building. These updates were all shared in public board meetings prior to the start of construction. And there you can see some of the designs that were showed in that meetings. Slide. So in 21-22, we began construction with groundbreaking that began between March and April 2021. What we did do is we had the construction manager as well as the site superintendent visited neighborhood residents to share site plans and answer any questions, and that took place during April 2021. There's the letter that we sent out to residents, in order to let them know that we'd be coming by, and there's an example of some of the site plans that we shared about the construction project to answer questions. Moving forward, the district will continue to provide quarter benchmarks about construction progress, and this being one of those quarter benchmarks that we present to you today. At this time, I'll take any questions for the board.
Thanks, Jason. Any questions? None from the board. You're good to move on. Thank you, Jason.
I'd next like to turn it over to Nathan Herrero, Principal Architect with SVA, and Matt Gates, President of Erickson Hall Construction Company. I'd also like to acknowledge that Anthony Hahn is in the house, as well as Construction Manager Nancy Bartello. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for joining us.
That Anthony Hahn is in the house, as well as Construction Manager Nancy Bartello. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson and board members.
Thank you, team, for joining us.
I believe Matt is waiting to
I'm here.
May give him just a minute. Thank you, Dr. Johnson and board members.
Good evening.
Should we be advising them to use headphones in order to stop the feedback?
I'm here.
Nathan, are you listening to the stream on another device? Or is there any way you can limit the audio to headphones or something?
I apologize. Is that better? I was watching the YouTube to make sure I was following along.
Yes, that's much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. Matt, are you gonna?
Are we all good?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. We're here for the quarterly update of Hermosa View. So with that, next slide, please. So the Hermosa View update, this is a revised rendering of, it includes the new revised entrance as well as the ramp layout as we move forward with the construction of Building B and the rest of the campus. Next slide, please. So we'll do a quick construction update where we're at in terms of finances, and we'll talk about schedule and then next steps. And just, I've got some pictures of where we were in June versus where we are right now. This lower picture on this slide is the Kinder Building F1. As you can see, it's substantially framed, and we're beginning to put in hollow metal frames. Next slide. So from a financial standpoint, our final GMP in February was $23,320,800. Of that, there were contingencies and allowances totaling $1,192,033. Used to date, we've been fortunate with credits going back to the district as well as some design changes. We've only used almost $99,000. So we still have quite a bit of contingency left as we move through the construction process. These pictures here on this slide are showing the foundation work of Building B. So the one on the far right is the foundations where we did the deep soil mixing and the rock columns and dug the foundations. And then this middle picture is part of the stairway and elevator shaft foundations as we move forward. And then this upper left is the crews actually pouring the concrete. Next slide. So just giving you an update of where we were in June and where we're at now. So June on the top left, we were just finishing up the soils compaction and over excavation of F1. And to the right, you can see it's fully framed. In the background there, you can see the foundation and the slab work of F2. This bottom left pictures the demolition and cleaning of the utilities and getting the asbestos pipe out of the way prior to digging down and putting in the rock columns. And again, on the right, you can see the foundations where the rock columns and the deep soil mixing have already occurred. Next slide. So where we're at in terms of timelines, we're running our schedule updates. As you can see, we have had some slips, but we have also had some accelerations on some of the work. Right now, we're tracking a building B finishing August 4th. Buildings F1 and F2 being completed the end of March. Site work being completed the 3rd of August, and a total project completion of the 18th of August. We've seen some slips through here, and you can kind of see as we've done the updates, some of the issues. We talked in June about the asbestos pipe. In July and August, we had some hiccups with CGS reviewing and approving the stone column work, as well as the testing of the in-place stone columns. We pivoted during the CGS and the stone column issues, and we went out of sequence. Originally, I want to say in August, we were, where were we? Well, actually, we held tight even with the delay. We pivoted on building B and did the upper area, the second floor earthwork, as well as jumping back and starting the F2 building right away also. This picture here shows us pouring the slab on grade for building F2. As you can see on the left-hand side, we've already framed walls. So if you were to go out there today, you'd see walls already stood on F2. So we've pivoted to accelerate and allocate resources to keep the job moving forward. Next slide. These were the milestones identified in June. Just wanted to, we're going to keep this slide and these descriptions as we move forward with these quarterly updates. But in June, we had identified that October, we'd be looking for building B first floor foundations, working on the concrete shear walls, and working on completing slab on grades for F1 and F2. As you can see from the previous pictures and my descriptions, we've completed the first floor foundations. I know the form work for the shear walls have already started along the south property line on the building B, and they're getting ready to turn the corner and run the main form work there. We're anticipating pouring those shear walls the last week of October. And as I already described on the kinder buildings F1 and F2, the slab on grades are complete, and we're actually ahead on F1 substantially with the framing as well as the finish of the envelope, exterior envelope, and the framing is well ahead of where we were anticipating back in June. So very pleased with the progress. There are a lot of changes and unknowns and we'll get into that a little later, but the team on site has been very open. The design teams have been very accommodating to Erickson Hall pivoting when various issues come up and keeping the job moving forward. So pleased with the progress where we're at right now. In January, we'll be looking at pouring concrete. I don't believe we'll be at the roof deck. It will be close. Everyone has heard about the supply chain issues. Metal decking is a significant product that's been impacting construction throughout the industry. The metal decking is sliding a little bit, but we are working on getting everything else in place. The steel is ready to go. So structural steel will be going, but I'm not sure if we'll be at the roof deck or the second floor deck. That's going to be the kind of a pivot point right there as to where we're at on building B. In terms of the kinder buildings, we'll be well into exterior plaster. In fact, I'm anticipating most of the exterior being completed and fine tuning the interior work at the kinder buildings. I'm also anticipating being substantially done with the HVAC and fire alarm renovations in the existing classroom buildings. And with that, the next slide. So next step. So during our value engineering and budget discussions in January and February, we had quite a bit of revisions in terms of our design. DSA has been going through our revised documents. We're anticipating full DSA approval of those documents by the end of this month. They're their own entity, so it's somewhat of a challenge. Additionally, we're doing campus-wide technology revisions throughout the site, and that is triggered a DSA approval also. I'm anticipating those going pretty quickly, as well as revised electrical at Building B. But the framing at F1 is going really well. Our concrete walls at B are going to go very well. Once that framing is done and we're getting the roof on and the plaster, that will open up utilities in all the open spaces between existing classroom buildings as well as the new buildings. We can get the utilities in. We can start talking about going out in the street and making final connections there. And again, I'm anticipating the HVAC work being substantially done in January, early February. We do have elevator submittal. It is into DSA. We've gone through a couple reviews with the architect, so we're on track for getting that done and getting that ordered and moving forward. This picture here is where we're actually framing the walls for F2 up on the playground area above the existing C, D, and E buildings. Again, in preparation for once the slab was done, we could just swing those walls and start standing. Next slide. And this is a roll-up schedule. Our full-blown C critical path schedule is 9 pages, but this gets you to where we're looking at. Again, we're looking at a Building B completion of August 4th. That's the Building B, interiors, exteriors, all the utilities and services. The final project completion would encompass final clean, the testing and ring out of all the services. And next slide. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Dave and Matt, thank you very much for taking us through that presentation. Actually, also thank you to the wider team that are here this evening for all your work. And I'll extend that on to our partners as well. I know that the city and others are helping make this this project move along at the timeline it needs to. So thank you. Team, I'll look along the line. Quentin, I'll start.
Thanks, Matt. Question for you, the timeline of August 18th, do you view that as sort of a best case, or is there still opportunities to, could things speed up? Is there still contingency built into there? Or, I'm just wondering whether or not we're kind of getting backed up close to the start of school.
We have still not utilized any of the rain days that we had built into our schedule. So there is 10 days of weather delays that we have not captured. It's in the schedule. If we do not get weather delays, then you would move the completion date up 10 days. And
So we
that's
want it to
about the
rain
whole-
everywhere in California except for Hermosa Beach.
Well, while the soil is a challenge to build on, it is an awesome soil to work on when it rains. It drains, it compacts and makes it easier to walk in, actually. So I'm not anticipating weather delays to where if it rains at night, we're not going to be able to work the next day. We'll be able to roll right in there that morning and get work done.
So then the other aspect of my question, Matt, was just like, are there parts of the project, like, you know, you can encounter delays, you find out you've got an asbestos problem or that kind of thing. Are there parts of the project where you're like, hey, you know, this particular phase or this particular, you know, subcontract work could go faster than we've scheduled? Is there any pickup potential there, or is it just the rain days? Is that the only potential gain we could see?
In talking with the team, they're optimistic on, with us getting the kinder buildings done as early as we are and pushing through and getting the modernization work done on the existing classrooms, we can focus all of our resources on building B. So the push is right now, the concrete's the concrete. It's going to take, you know, we're anticipating it taking what we've got scheduled. So up to January, we're anticipating B being right where we think it is. We might be a little behind come the middle of January. End of January will be pretty close to where we're forecasting right now. But if we meet middle of January, we may be a week or two slower than what we were anticipating. But with that, I can drop all of my finished carpenters. I can drop all of my acoustic ceiling guys, all my electricians into B, because F1 and F2 and the modernization work is done. So we've got the ability to not spread the crews and focus them on the critical path area. It also gives us time. We've identified, you know, we've talked about the campus-wide technology, the campus the utilities throughout. We can get all of those questions answered and resolved before we need to throw everybody at building B. So we're going to utilize this next quarter to capture all of that, all those questions, because come February 1, we are going to be getting after it. We already are working some weekends that make sense to keep the concrete on track. And we have the ability to work weekends moving forward. But on B right now, they're doing everything they can. I am anticipating being able to pick up time once the steel decking's up on the roof level. We'll have that opportunity.
Thanks very much.
Yep.
I just had a question for Nathan and Anthony and Jason, and maybe Nancy, just regarding just the meetings that we've had with the neighbors. If you can just talk a little bit more about that in terms of like the information about how we've shared the information about what's happening.
Can you just be more specific just about which successive meetings that you're referencing?
I'm just, there was, I had heard that we've not met with people, and I was under the understanding that we have met with people, and we have.
Yes, we have
met multiple times with people and neighbors to talk about things. So
So
just
in
wanted
April,
clarity on that, because the information tonight was different than what I thought I knew.
yeah, my apologies, Jen, sorry. So yes, we, Anthony, as well as Nancy, met with neighbors in April in order to review site plans. Then during the course of the summer, when requested, we invited residents to come to the site in order to review site designs and plans and architectural plans. And then I had a successive meeting with the residents that were concerned about the height of buildings in, I believe it was September.
With Nathan?
and that was with our principal architect, Nathan Herrero, as well as Nancy, in order to walk through designs and renderings demonstrating the impact of the project.
Thank you for clarity on that. And then can someone talk about, and I'm assuming, I don't know who the right person to ask this question is, if a truck comes to the site at 6 a.m. or 7 a.m., what are the rules? I built in Hermosa. My understanding was it's an 8 a.m. start time, but I don't know about when trucks can arrive.
I'd like to allow Nancy Bartolo, who's been managing over the construction project, to address just the arrival times and the rules regarding on-site traffic on the project. Thank you.
And part two of that question would be, has that information been communicated?
Yeah, so I conferred with Andrew of the city to get specifics on the construction hours. Construction does start at 8. However, he has allowed us to enter the site, turn the engines off without idling to control the traffic on Prospect Avenue. So we've been allowing the trucks to come on site. They can use the restroom, and they have been staying in their trucks until 8 a.m. So normally they check in. So we've have not allowed them to check in until 8. Again, they're staying in their cars unless they need to use the restroom. And then we start allowing them to exit their cars at 8.
And if there is a question or concern about somebody idling, or, I mean, you're going to have to pull up, right? So there's going to be noise with the pull up. But if there's concern about that, should they be calling the city? Who should they be calling?
They've been calling me. And
Who should they be calling?
I'm sorry,
is it a city? It's like, it's not our
So
ordinance, it's a city ordinance that says start at 8 a.m. So if there's a complaint, should they contact you or should they contact the city?
They should probably contact the city. However, I've been contacted and I try to resolve the matter immediately along with Anthony.
Okay.
So I understand that some people have contacted the city, as well as I think they contact both Erickson Hall, myself, and the city. So at least 2 of us are aware of the complaint and or issue. So we try to resolve it immediately, and which we have.
Thank you, Nancy.
And if I may, yeah, our goal is always to work with our residents. I mean, like, and so we feel concerns, I mean, like, that come up about the project, such as dust or things. And we've, tried to make accommodations, such as in one case, we actually built a fence higher, a covering, in order to try to mitigate dust or watering the grounds in order to make sure, and that's beyond even the requirements of our inspectors. But we want to be good neighbors, so we do that. So I would always encourage the residents to contact our construction manager. I mean, like, because if there is a noise, if there is something happening, like, we want to resolve that quickly. But we do know that we are operating within the city's ordinances.
Okay. And then my last question would be regarding, I know there's a question about the building height and the grade, and there was, I just am curious from Nathan, if you could be specific on the difference of where we are currently and where we were with the building height, and then with the grade. Those are 2 separate things.
Yeah. So what we had presented kind of over the course of the design evolution was, we had, as Jason mentioned, gone from along the north where F1 and F2 did, the Measure S plan was 2 stories. We reduced it down to a 1-story fairly early in the design process. We started with actually one really, really long building. That entire F1 and F2 weren't split apart. They were one big building, and it had 4 or 5 different height steps as you sort of marched up the hill. About halfway through design, we just split it into 2 buildings that were level, made them work a lot better. They had been that way. Each of them total is like 12.5 feet at the edge of the roof and about 19, I believe, at the center of the roof, tall. F2 is substantially up the hill, so it's about 5 feet taller in grade than F1. And when we did the VE, part of doing VE was that F1's grade went up a few feet at that time too. That was part of how we reduced a substantial amount of grading cost, was basically making F2 be at the same grade as the 3 existing classroom wings, rather than having it sort of semi-buried down into the ground, which had been part of the original concept to try to keep it closer to the NPR grade. But as you can imagine, that was a lot more stairs and ramps, and that's part of how we got probably $1 million total out of the design with all of the grades.
Just to clarify, Nathan, is it a few feet you said? I just want to know.
Yeah, I think it's not, nothing is exactly the same, even areas that are flat. I think it went up 3.5 or 4 feet in grade, higher between the DSA approved set and the VE set. So I'm going to say grade at building A is 201.5 or about there from sea level, and I think it's sitting up at about 205 now.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. It's not 17 feet. It's not 19 feet. It's not 11 feet. It's
the change
approximate.
was that 3.5, 4 feet.
Thanks. That's it. Thanks everyone.
B got a little shorter when we did the VE, just by a couple feet.
And I just wanted to say that I'm actually a neighbor of the View School, and recall Nancy and a representative, I believe, of Erickson Hall came around to visit and did review plans and gave us the opportunity to ask questions. So I'm in that community, and I definitely saw that visit. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Quentin. Maggie, moving down the line.
Jen, you asked my questions. Thank you for asking such good ones.
Thank you, Jen, for asking those questions. I have one, it's related, but kind of unrelated, so it doesn't be answered on the spot now. But when Matt was talking about the contingencies and the money that would be available coming out of View, if we have closed out VISTA and if there was money that would be transferred back into View or the Measure S program in general, what that looks like. When we were discussing the GMP and other pieces of View, we had talked about the possibility if there was funds doing additional modernization of the C, D, and E buildings. If there's any update on when we may or may not be able to discuss that. As I said, we don't need to answer that right now, but if we could come back to that, if we don't know, that would be helpful, please.
Yeah, Doug, we've actually worked very closely with Simon and the team about modernizing technology in those classrooms and have been able to whittle down the budget to work it in. And I really credit Erickson Hall as well as SVA and Simon for that critical work to work it into the budget. And then we are in CD&E installing HVAC systems, the most modern HVAC systems. I mean, like to make sure that it has equivalency in air quality to the rest of our schools. And then as far as contingencies goes, like some of the things that we are looking at or some things that were cut out sometimes are aesthetic. So for example, the painting of the exterior of those buildings, was cut out of the project. So that would be one of the things to make sure that the buildings are matching. Fresh paint goes a long way. And then there are other items in those buildings that we could possibly look at to reincorporate into the project in regard to that. And then beyond on the grounds as well also.
Do we have a sense of when we may be able to consider those things?
I would defer to Erickson Hall about when a timeline would be in regard to understanding the use or the excess of the contingency fund. And I think a lot of it also has to do with timeline.
Yeah, as we move forward with our standard construction, as the designs are finalized, we can get pricing and give the district opportunities to make some decisions. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on that contingency to make sure that you guys have the flexibility moving forward. But probably, I would say first quarter of next year, we'll have a better idea of where we're at. I know Nathan and both Nathans are working together in terms of the AV designs and some of the other revisions to make sure that we're budgeting that as we move forward and locking that in place so the district has the money and the opportunity to make decisions.
Thank you. One other, going back to kind of, because I know I rambled a little bit. Have we closed out Vista? Do we know if there's contingency money there?
I'm going to let Nancy come up and just talk about the closeout at Vista and where we're at in that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're in the process of closing out the punch list. We have one item left open. As far as any monies that are left over, unfortunately, there is none. And the reason being is there was additional work required by Cal Water. We took the contingency money and paid Cal Water. Erickson Hall used what was left over, wrote a check to Cal Water. We paid the balance, and that zeroed out the contingency. So unfortunately,
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. Always good to look down the back of the mattress and just, the sofa, just to double check on these things. Look, I'm going to double check, at risk of also being redundant on a few things or doubling up on things. I think these moments of acceleration and just understanding when they are, if it comes at a quarterly point when we're getting our major updates, great, but we know how critical this project is. And so if it's a case of there are moments where you can, I like your terms, Matt, in terms of accelerations. If putting more weekend work through a winter period is going to get you more acceleration than jamming it at the back end, I think, look, we're just here for you to sort of help in any ways we can to sort of move through those moments of accelerations. I also refer back to the known unknowns, and it's a little bit like, are you running to Costco right now to buy the toilet paper? Because, it's, if you're telling us that there's supply issues on whatever it is, that some of this is like, I don't necessarily want to be hearing in sort of 6 months' time that there were supply issues and you couldn't get something. So like, if that's a real issue, or things like that, like, Nathan C, Matt, like, you guys need to let us know sooner rather than later, because I don't want to go through a board meeting like this and then sort of get other surprises further down the line.
We are pushing Nathan Herrera to any materials or equipment that needs submittal approval.
Right.
We're working together to get those resolved. But the mandate for the Hermosa View team is, if the submittal's approved, order it now. Don't wait. I don't care if it's going in being installed in February. I've got the whole back. I've got the whole back 40 there. I can put C-tainers in and hold the material. It's crazy out there.
Yeah.
Erickson Hall has made the statement that we're throwing away the procurement log and we're ordering everything we can right now, because it's crazy out there and we want it on the site or in a warehouse so we can install it.
That's great to hear. Thank you, gents. Okay, now sort of, I guess, to Nathan H on design stuff. I think there was just some considerations around the building F. I'm just curious, like on the design of the roof, and will there be HVAC on top of it? There was just, things that are important in terms of the aesthetics and matching with the overall campus. And I just want also, important, thank you, Jen, for sort of clarifying on heights and things. I also just want to understand sort of the ethos and the design behind, these new buildings and sitting them within the existing structures.
So there are no, the HVAC equipment is not on the roof of the F buildings. There are units that sit outside, sort of like, it's a much more advanced version of what you'd have if you bought a heat pump HVAC system for your home. There's a outdoor element sitting outside with the condenser in it, and there's a fan coil above the ceiling inside. But there does not look like a traditional classroom building with a big box sitting on the roof. There's nothing up there.
That's great.
On top of those. Similar, that's what we're doing. You're getting the same level of equipment with the HVAC work basically everywhere. So there are outdoor elements, but they are not on roofs. They are sitting on the ground outside the backside of the classrooms, basically.
And then these are kinder, but that's a kinder building in particular, and so spacing and sort of requirements for that particular building in of itself.
Yeah, so the kinder classrooms are larger than all of your other classrooms. They're 40% bigger, each one of them, than a standard classroom is. So part of the building, if you look at it, it's deeper by about 10 feet than any of your existing classroom wings to make those larger classrooms. So it is a little bigger than building CD&E, the 3 existing wings. But that is because the space inside needs to be bigger for the kindergarten classroom types.
Great. That are all my questions. I just want to say thank you, team, to everyone. There's a lot, I know a lot goes in weekly and daily, so thank you for all your efforts. Cheers.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to the next item, which is R17, 21, 22. You need to take a quick bio break? Sure. How are we all doing? Do we want 2 minutes or are we good? Keep going. We'll keep going. I was thinking we'll keep going, and then maybe after our public hearing item, we'll sort of maybe take a recess or something then after consent time. R17, 21, 22, culturally responsive campuses.
Good evening, and thanks for letting me present today. I'm really excited to share with you the work everyone is doing on our campuses in regards to equity and inclusion, and we've done a great job this September, and I'm excited to share. Slide, please. So our guiding principles, I think I have this slide on almost every single presentation I've been doing this year, but I think it's important that we have this as our compass of what we're doing, and it does guide us in regards to every decision we're making, whether it's on the LCAP, whether it's on local decisions at the school site. It is really important. And today we are focusing on equity and inclusion and building our capacity of our staff and students to make sure they're aware of the world they live in and having every opportunity to succeed in their educational environment. Slide. So before we start, I want to let you know a lot of the work that I'm sharing today, we've done individually in silos in our classroom. Now we're bringing the work together as a district and have a focus. So what I've done this year is I've created a month-by-month calendar that does have a focus. So when teachers are doing their lesson plans and they're working with their leadership teams, they have a singular focus in what we can try to work toward. And so for the month of September, it was Hispanic Heritage Month, and we also focused on empathy. We merged those 2 topics together. First, we started with Start With Hello, and that was our work on inclusion and making kids feel part of our learning community. And we brought that in through not only the classrooms, but through our libraries as well. You can see some of the activities on the right-hand side of what we completed. And this document that I have created, it's like a work in progress. I created the shell, and the teachers are creating all the activities that go into it. And then each month I'll come here and I'll present what is actually happening in the classroom. So as families, you can talk to your kids about what they're learning at school, beside reading, writing, and arithmetic, but a little bit about the world that we live in and some of the great literature that's in our libraries. Slide, please. So September, we were teaching with empathy. We really want to empower our students to help end social isolation. And we started this when Jen came to the school board and brought with Start With Hello and Sandy Hook Project. So that has been here, and this is part of our focus for the month of September. Slide, please. So you can see our 2 focuses. Nice thing about Hispanic Heritage Month, it does go into mid-October, so we get to continue that a little bit longer. Slide. The one thing that was really nice with having two counselors, we're very fortunate to have our counselors focus on social emotional, but they've also done a great job in providing communication and collaboration. So Start with Hello Week is district-wide now, and the activities are district-wide. It's no longer Hermosa View is doing this, Hermosa Valley is doing this, and that does help have a singular message to promote. And families who may have kids in two different school sites can still have the same conversation at home, but what did the activity look at one site, and then have a rich conversation at dinner about whether they took the pledge to help end isolation, whether they ate lunch with a different friend. And I think it's quite lovely that we're working as one school. Right. There's just some pictures. I think pictures can tell a lot, and you can tell the kids are really having fun in some of these activities. You could see at the end of the week, they wore green. They had a tree where they made a pledge, and you can see all their hands are on there. And this is Hermosa View. We will be going to our next slide at Hermosa Valley, but once again, the themes are very similar. Just older kids. I like the picture at the bottom where they are having lunch and they have a different activity that they're using. But everyone really was in the spirit of this. I want to really give a big shout out to our counselor at Hermosa Valley, who did a video that they started the week with. It was a lot of fun. They had everyone participate, say hello and something about themselves. And that's how they started their week. Slide. Our libraries. We're so fortunate to have full-time librarians at our school district. And it's really nice that they are partners with the teachers and with the district office and what we want to try to accomplish. So at Hermosa Vista, our librarian, Heather Myers, she has been working on supporting diversity and inclusion with books. And then I know you have this presentation as well, but you can click on the actual hyperlinks and you can see some of the extra work she's done. So when they read the book on Haywall, then she shared a whole bunch of murals around Los Angeles, and they had some rich conversations in regards to art. They also focused on inclusion and being a good friend. And they're focusing on hashtag own voice authors, which is really great because it's authors sharing about their experience and having rich characters in the literature. Right. At Hermosa Valley, it's a little bit different. Their textbooks are larger and not so much as picture books, and they have some great messages. She also focused on the website as well as introducing some music into the library. So there were some different activities in regards to Hispanic Heritage Month at Hermosa Valley. Mr. Harrison, we always have to get Mr. Harrison involved somewhere. Loretto is our sister city, so he taught some music to the students. He focused on A Sunset in the Sea of Loretto and tied that in with our sister city in Hermosa. So thank you, Mr. Harrison, for joining in on the fun. And at Hermosa Valley, I was very fortunate to be at Hermosa Valley this week when our student council members were doing announcements, and they do part of it in Spanish. So it's great to get some of our students interested in thinking about taking Spanish in the future. And they would provide information on Hispanic Heritage Month, so the students will learn through announcements. This year at the district, we're hiring resource content specialists, 3 of them, to help push out materials to teachers so that we always have a digital resource where people can go to look for information. So I'm very thankful that we have some support for staff. And any questions on what we've been doing? It's been busy.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Let's open it up to the board. In fact, let's go down from this end. Yeah. Maggie, you got your hand up.
Sylvia and district staff, thank you so much for taking seriously the culturally responsive pedagogy. I think this is so important for 21st century teaching, student-centered teaching. So thank you again for all the thoughtfulness of the programming that goes in. It's it's absolutely in line with the district's vision and mission. And as a board member, I really support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug, you good? Thumbs up.
And just again, another reiteration of thank you to the librarians that are, assisting and helping and are back in action. So it's great and just thank you for the presentation tonight.
Thanks, Sylvia. Can you, sort of a version of a question I asked our Beach Cities health rep, just how do you link the culturally responsive teaching to something like, core performance in reading, writing, and
I think you can
arithmetic?
always link it because there's always, especially in language arts, so much of what we read has like a theme or a story that goes with it. And you really can focus on those higher order thinking skills and learning to put yourself in someone else's shoes when you're reading different genres and you're introducing different cultures into your literature. I think also important is to highlight some of our history historians, scientists that are from different cultures and what were their contributions to the world as well. And that can happen in any class. It can happen in math class. It can, some of our greatest mathematicians came from a long time ago. You think about the ancient Egyptians, right? And building the pyramids. And that alone is just a rich conversation you could have in the classroom. So I think it's important just to highlight everyone who's contributed to our world, regardless of where they came from and how, as a world, we've all put some effort into building this great place that we all live in. And we need to remember that it takes a whole world or a whole village to make something come together. And it's not done in isolation.
Great question. Thank you. I mean, I love that we're also, it is multidimensional. I love also that, with music and with the arts and literature, et cetera, but also that we're building on programs and foundations like the Start with Hello that was really foundational, and we were honored to be winning some awards with and whatever else. So I appreciate that the team is continuing to build, and thank you for all those efforts. So thank you for the presentation this evening, and we appreciate the updates.
I look forward to next month to sharing what we
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you. Moving on to item R18, 21, 22, health and safety updates.
Thank you, board. I told Sylvia she's a tough act to follow because now I just have COVID to report on. So thanks, Sylvia. So I'm here to present the latest updates in regard to COVID health and safety. We'll start off by looking at the numbers. A summary slide. So in short, the mandates continue through LA County Department of Health. The protocols, as I'll show, have not moved much. However, the case rates have just begun to decline in LA County. We were right about 1,400 last week, and today was down in the 700s. We have maintained a lower case rates because of the safety measures we put in place. I think in Hermosa, we've been very blessed to have few COVID cases, as well as kudos to our community and our staff for having a high vaccination rate, as well as following the mitigation procedures. We continue to expand our programming in alignment with the safety protocols, as well as the change in climate of cases. And we'll continue to be agile in order to make sure that we're maintaining safety while also offering our students excellent programming. Slide. So there you see the daily case rates, which is falling. And you can also see there that the last LA Department of Health protocol update was August 12th. So the needle really hasn't moved with the protocols themselves. However, we are optimistic with the increase in vaccine rates, the decrease in COVID rates. Slide. This is a look at the South Bay numbers through September from Beach Cities Health District. I would like to point out that, Hermosa and the Beach Cities do have COVID cases, and they have increased even during the course of the fall. However, you can also see a steady decline occurring as we move into October. Slide. As I mentioned, we are very blessed with our vaccination rates. So I want to point out that we now have fully assessed the vaccination rates of our staff. We are over 90% vaccinated, and that is a higher percentage for teachers. I also want to point out that thank you to Hermosa Beach that 12 through 17-year-olds have an 89% vaccination rate, and our students 12 to 14 have a 95% vaccination rate. Our residents are 83.6% vaccinated, and that compares very well to if you look at LA County residents that are 12 and older, and only a 69% vaccination rate. Of course, that is changing, and we're continuing to hope for increases in vaccination as more information becomes available and more access to the vaccine also becomes available. Slide. Testing. So last week we began our staff testing with Beach Cities, our partnership with Beach Cities Health District. This is testing that takes place at the Valley site for our staff members who are unvaccinated, as well as we are going introducing this and next week our intramural athletes who are not vaccinated and over the age of 12. And that's in compliance with the LA Department of Health protocols in order to hold sports on campus. Beach Cities testing at the site is available for symptomatic or referred students and staff. We have utilized that. That takes place at the Beach Cities Health District office from 2 to 5 p.m. And the logic behind that is, you know, if they have symptoms or they're being referred, we want them to go not to site. We want them to go to the office and keep cases off campus. And again, like if you're going to participate in intramural sports, you need to participate in testing cadence. And as we introduce more sports, we'll have more athletes participating in that if they continue to be unvaccinated. Slide. This is a look at our COVID dashboard. I would like to point out that we learned today we have one additional case. So at Valley, we have currently 5 student cases. I also acknowledge that we recently had a our highest ever amount of cases. It's currently sitting at 5, and it took place in 1 class. That does qualify as an outbreak. This is a development that has happened within the last 24 hours. We're working with the LA Department of Health and their response team. They've been great, great assistance to us. I want to give a major shout out to their team, as well as our district nurse, Michelle Baldy, who has been working well above the call of duty. And our parents who have been working with us in order to make sure that we're maintaining quarantine and staying safe. We have probably somewhere between 15 and 20 students who are currently quarantined and counting. You know, I would say the thing here is that the mitigation protocols do work. You mean like, but COVID's still very much with us, and we need to be careful as a school, and as a community as well. Cases do spread. You mean like, and this is an example, we're not the only school to have an outbreak. You mean like that results in, you know, a class closure. But we have been very fortunate, I think, because we've been safe and careful as a community and as a school, and we need to continue to do so. Slide. So this is just a breakdown of youth sports and the protocols associated with that. LA Department of Health classifies risk of sports based off of criteria such as whether or not it's contact, like whether or not it's an indoor sport or an outdoor sport. This is how they classify these sports. The bottom line is that for the majority of all sports, you need to comply with social distancing measures and or cadence testing for athletes that are not vaccinated. Or over the age of 12. It's very important that we adhere to this guidance in order to keep our sports open and our schools open. I can tell you from communicating with our neighbor high school districts in the South Bay that the majority of their cases are associated with sports or have been associated with sports. So it's just very, very important that we maintain safety in our intramural sports programs. And I want to credit the Valley staff for hustling to get our sports program up and running. And I believe that we've already started competitions for cross country and we'll begin competitions shortly for girls volleyball and flag football. Slide. Here is a list of actions that we have taken or continue to take or will be taking, such as, we have our district nurse who has been amazing, who's providing our contact tracing, has been doing a great job on the turnaround. We've also did a limited increase for our health clerk hours. We were looking at the potential, which I'll bring before the board, about looking into investing in more health-related staff in order to assist with the COVID-19 protocols, or to free up our district nurse to assist with the COVID-19 protocols. And then we also have, of course, things such as concurrent instruction in order to help our families that are currently quarantined. That is a unique feature in Hermosa Beach, or one of the few school districts that are providing something like that. But we believe that it, and we credit our staff for making it easier on our families to err on the side of quarantine. Slide. So I want to just revisit and discuss with the board quarantine. Quarantine is being within 6 feet of an infected person for 15 minutes or more over a 24-hour period. In our classrooms, we have the ability to socially distance 3 feet. That's in compliance with the LA Department of Health protocols. In order to get all students on campus in classrooms, it is 3 feet rather than 6 feet. So what occurs is when you have a positive case in a classroom that meets this criteria, you will have some students that will be required to quarantine. Vaccinated individuals are not required to quarantine and just need to monitor their symptoms for a period up to 10 to 14 days. What I am bringing before the board is a conversation about a modified quarantine. Several of our neighboring school districts have utilized modified quarantine. Modified quarantine does not require a quarantine if it follows these criteria, that the exposure, which is as described in the definition, took place in a school setting, and it was under conditions where both students were masked. It also requires that the students remain asymptomatic. They may participate in in-person instruction, but at all times they must wear their masks. That includes outdoors. And they must test twice per week, and there's a certain cadence that they must test as well too on certain specific days. I will say that modified quarantine is great because it gets kids back in school. It is riskier because it also places students who are potentially exposed to COVID back onto campus. We have found that it probably would serve to be more valuable at the upper grade levels, where you have a potential of 6 classes of students in one day. And I think that it would also serve better if it is limited to individuals rather than a class closure for the monitoring of those protocols, as well as compliance to the testing cadences. We are working, in order to come up with a plan to better support our staff for monitoring COVID contact tracing cases. But I will tell you, as you know, as a small school district, compliance and tracking these cases can very much dominate a day. I will give you an example. I, before coming to this meeting, was involved in contact tracing, and making sure that we had quarantine cases and communicating with our district nurse and our principal, who was also here at the meeting, notifying families as this meeting was even taking place. So I will caution us that a modified quarantine that doesn't have parameters or isn't limited, runs the risk of greater exposure on campuses. And that can ultimately lead to class closures and or school closures. That's a very real threat for us because we are currently experiencing an outbreak as we have this meeting. So I think that modified quarantine makes a lot of sense for keeping kids in school, but I would say that we, as this option that I bring before the board, should use it with discretion. Slide. So I bring as next steps is that I think, as you see, we're moving here. We're doing, a lot, and our students are engaged with their activities. Our staff are working incredibly hard, and we have COVID cases, but we're managing them. Here are some things I'd just like to point out is that in October, November, we have the fall sports kickoff. So we'll monitor cases during that time. I think that if we see an increase or if we see further exposures, that's something that we need to look at. We had the Halloween Carnival on October 29th. Thank you to the PTO for doing a great job of making sure that's a safe event, an outdoor event, and that they're taking the proper precautions to make sure that it can be done without further exacerbating COVID. And then during November 22nd to 26th, it's Thanksgiving break. That's also getting the height of cold and flu season. So I will again, remind our community, remind ourselves that we need to be cautious and careful during those times. Making sure that, using masks when appropriate indoors, and making sure that when any of our family members feel sick or have symptoms of any sort, that we're erring on the side of caution, either that meaning isolating and or testing. So it's a joint effort. We've come a long way. I want to remind us that we were one of the first public schools in LA County to open traditional full day school. We've also come back and been able to open up a lot of our programs. We're tiny but mighty, but at the same time as well too, we are not out of the woods. COVID is very much still present with us in our community, and we need to make sure that we're proceeding with appropriate caution. Thank you. I'll take questions at this time.
Jason, thanks very much for the update. First of all, thank you. Well, I should say to those families affected, obviously we send our best and hope they get back soon and are well through all of that. And also to the staff and team, it does take a lot. I think we recognize that. Hearing that, it really helps us understand things in terms of resources as well. And also the communication that goes out, because obviously when there's these sort of cases and on a site level, and obviously each situation is unique, but the appropriate communication to our community. We're a small community, so I just wanted to say thank you for that. So with that, I'll open it up for questions. Maybe I'll go down the line. Doug, do you have anything or seeing any questions?
No, I don't have any questions. I second what you said. I hope everybody who is experiencing the outbreak, everybody feels well and can get back with us soon. And thank you again to the whole team. I do this in my day job also, so I know what goes into all of this. So thank you. It can be a massive time and everything suck. So it's greatly appreciated. Did you want our commentary on modified quarantine?
Yes, I would appreciate board direction and or guidance on the modified quarantine. Thank you.
My general feeling is I think we stick with regular quarantine for the time being. Based on things that I've been reading, what Ali Stewart was saying before, we should be looking for the rest of our kids to be able to be vaccinated shortly. And so if we can push through to that point, under the rules without hopefully incurring further outbreak, my preference would be we stick with, even though it does suck also, everything about COVID sucks, to stick with regular quarantine, as I assume we are doing with the current outbreak procedures. And hopefully within the next, month or two, we can get, so many of our kids vaccinated that, as you said, vaccinated individuals don't have to quarantine. It won't be really a moot point. I would expect or hope that, based on the numbers you were giving of the 12 and up cohort, that we would hopefully see similar numbers in the 5 to 11. And so it won't really be an issue, but I think we have to be diligent until we can get to that point.
And Doug, if I may clarify, currently the quarantine procedure that we're using is if a student tests between days 5 and 6, then they are able to return on the 8th day.
Right.
So they're
that's standard
7
quarantine,
days.
not modified quarantine. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Jason. In terms of modified quarantine, I'm worried about the staff burden on that in terms of making sure that students who are supposed to be masked at all times stay masked at all times and what that looks like. So I would just want to see some sort of balancing if that's the direction that staff think they could do. It'd be nice to have more students on campus, but it does seem like a pretty big lift on staff to be able to do that. In which case I concur with Doug that we're really close to vaccines being possible for the majority of our school folks. And, I'm okay moving in that, keeping what we have until all vaccines are eligible for our people. And then I guess my second thing on your presentation is just an urging to all of our community to do the right thing. We want kids in school full day. Our teachers, our staff are moving heaven and earth to make sure that kids are having the best experience possible being an in-person school. And so we want to keep them in school as much as possible and to please take into account all the public health requirements.
I just echoed Maggie and Doug and agree. We can stay with the current quarantine until we get more vaccines available to the 5 to 11-year-old.
And it seems like, yeah, but and also you're in support of keeping with consistent. Great. I'm the same, keeping with consistent and no further queries. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, board.
Moving on to the next item, which is a public hearing on item H012122. It's a resolution 072122, the statement of assurance on sufficiency of instructional materials.
Thank you, Stephen. And this would also be an opportunity for public comment. And so I would first allow Christine in order to open up to see if we have public comment for the public hearing on sufficiency of instructional materials.
Jason, I don't have anybody in the queue for online public comment.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm pulling my agenda. Thank you. And I'll speak further about sufficiency of instructional materials under board action. So we can move on beyond that item. Apologies.
All right, great. So no need to move on to the next item.
Yes, I'll speak to it in board action.
Sounds great.
My apologies. I got a little camera shy there.
All good. All right. Moving on to consent. Do I have a motion to approve the items on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Thank you, Maggie. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. Christine, if you could please do the honors and take a roll call vote.
Board Member Cole?
Aye.
Board Member Gardner?
Aye.
Board Member Cluth?
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove-LaMonica?
Aye.
President McCall?
Aye.
All in favor?
Excellent. How are we doing, board? Thumbs up. No one needs to take further breaks. We're good. All right. Jason's smiling beneath that mask. That's fantastic. All right. So we'll move on to superintendent item S162122, resolution 072122, statement of assurance on sufficiency of materials, instructional materials.
Thank you, Stephen. So this is an adoption that we have the appropriate and sufficient instructional materials in order to move forward with the school year. I want to give a big shout out to Heather Meyer and Sylvia Gluck, who have worked incredibly hard in order to ensure that we had the materials. This was no easy task because there is a supply chain issue that does extend to school materials as well too. It was the foresight of Sylvia and working with Heather to ensure that we had our materials and that we were first in line, so to speak. We have eliminated it down to there is only one set of materials that we are still missing, and that is a set of workbooks for 5th grade, which we have been informed will arrive tomorrow. They are still able to move forward with instruction. However, that we just want to acknowledge that that is the last of our delays in supply chain for instructional materials. And I'll put this resolution before the board for adoption. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, team, Heather and Sylvia. Thank you so much. Board, any queries or comments? I'll start maybe down at your end or look that way. All good. And all good. All right. I don't have anything either. So do I have a motion to approve item S16 21 22, the resolution 07 21 22, statement of assurance on sufficiency of instructional materials.
So moved.
Thank you, Quentin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. Christine, if you could do the honors, please.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica.
Aye.
And President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item S17 21 22, updates to board policies and administrative regulations.
If I could just have a moment to queue up the board policy, sorry.
Sounds peachy.
Thank you. I apologize about the delay. It's recommended to the board to adopt board policies and revisions. These are just, again, house cleaning items in regard to our board policy booklet, and just a little bit of catch up as well too from last year. It involves things such as the UCP uniform complaint policy, items that I've shared with the board, such as the board member electronic communication policies, and then some updates into meetings and notices. None of the updates are, I would say, out of the ordinary, and just mostly a cleaning of language and updated language. Thank you.
Hey, Jason. Board, any queries? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve item S17 21 22, the updates to board policies and administrative regulations?
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jen. Christine, if you could do
Board
the
Member
honors.
Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica.
Aye.
And President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you. Moving on to business items. First up is B38 21 22, HVAC, HVAC recommended unit replacement units.
Thank you, President McCall. Yes, approval is recommended for the repair and replacement of 4 units at Hermosa Valley. They're 3-ton units each. They have surpassed their life expectancy, 20 years plus. The last several years, we've been maintaining them, putting money into them, and we're at the same crossroads. So replacement is recommended.
Great. Board, any queries? Yeah, Quentin.
Paula, is this in addition? I understand there were some replacements done this summer. Is this new in addition to that?
Yes, it is. The replacements that took place over the summer, the board approved in April, and it was part of the vandalism claim.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Jenna, good. Board, good. Great. I'm still getting used to the winks and the nods over the thumbs up. I do love a good thumbs up, so thank you for that. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve item B38 21 22, HVAC recommended unit replacement units?
So moved.
Well, it's like a trifecta. Come on. I know we need to move through this meeting, but one at a time, please.
Second.
Just joking with you. I'll take Doug as the first and Jen as the second. So it's like we might need a speed button as they've updated the microphones. I think a speed button.
They're
would be
much
good.
better. Much
You
better.
keep getting credit for my resolutions.
I worked the button. I know how to use it now.
I mean, HVAC's important, so thank you very much. All right, Christine, if you
Board
take-
Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica.
Aye.
And President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you, Board. Moving on to item B39 21 22, lease agreement, copier at Hermosa Valley School.
Thank you, President McCall. Approval is recommended to add on a 5-year lease to the current lease for this particular machine, which will alleviate much stress for the staff. With the increased staffing at Valley, just one machine isn't enough to get the job done. So this machine will be there for the year, and then we'll move it to another location after this year at a cost not to exceed $540.63 per month.
Sure. Board, any queries?
And so this is going to add a second copy machine.
Yes, it's a half size compared to the big copier, but yes, it'll be a second copier for staff teachers to use.
And this will satisfy, like, make people happy.
Yes.
Okay.
Very much so.
Do we have a limiter on our copiers?
For the number of copies per, I believe there is an allocation count. I don't have that count available. Taylor, do you know the count per teacher?
The average allotment per teacher is about 300 copies. Sorry, 3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
For the year?
I believe it's reset monthly.
It's monthly.
Good gravy.
I'm just curious.
They've
Because I
been-
feel like a lot of people are going more digital. So I'm like, I know there's still some copies. So I'm just curious as if it's still so copy heavy.
Yeah, I would speak to two things. One is that what we noticed is that Valley, with the additional grade levels on campus, those machines, or their main machine, is getting a lot more usage, and then in turn breaking down. And then this was the result of feedback. I do my site visits. I call it snacks with the superintendent, where I meet with staff after school and provide them snacks. And then they share concerns. And this was a big ticket item about concerns about being able to make copies. And we had some of our staff that were having to go up to Vista in order to make their copies when the machine broke down. And we do think that the machine's breaking down as a result of the amount of usage.
Great, thanks.
Great. All right, in which case, do I have a motion to approve item B 39, 21, 22?
So moved.
Thank you, Quentin. Do I have a second?
Second.
No.
We're getting better. That's all
Take
right.
Doug, take Doug.
I'll take Doug. Thank you. Christine, if you could take the roll call, please.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica.
Aye.
President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you, Christine. Yeah, it does make me think, is anyone watching Squid Games? Anyway, okay, don't go off track, keep going. All right, next item, item B40, 21, 22, equipment loan agreement with the City of Hermosa Beach.
Thank you, President McCall. We're asking for ratification of this contract agreement between the district and the City of Hermosa Beach. They loaned us lights for the Halloween Carnival. We already, I believe, we're getting the first set on the 20th, and then they'll also use it at the carnival.
Excellent. Board, any queries?
Thank you to the city for doing that. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's nice. Great. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. Do I have a motion to approve item B40, 21, 22, the equipment loan agreement with the City of Hermosa Beach?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Doug. I'll take, thank you, Jen, for the second. Christine, if you could do the honors.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica.
Aye.
President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you, Board. Thank you. Moving on to item B41, 21, 22, agreement for professional development services.
Thank you, Stephen. Recommendation to the board in order to contract with the UCLA Teacher Development Program for professional development services to support in alignment with our equity and inclusion goals, culturally responsive practices, professional development. The intention behind this is 3 sessions, 1 per trimester with our staff at Vista and at Valley, teachers, in order to help develop their skills, as well as their perspective to work with students as individuals and to recognize the student strengths as well as student needs in the classroom and to be able to respond appropriately based off of those individual needs. We're really excited to be working with the UCLA Teacher Development Program and look forward to our professional development starting here in October. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Board, any queries or comments? Seeing Jen with a hand up.
Ready? Oh, okay. I have a couple questions. Jason, can you talk about what other districts in the area are doing this work with UCLA Center X?
Yeah, so to name one that's locally is Manhattan Beach Unified School District is currently contracted with UCLA, and it's the same professional development. And then most recently, the Los Angeles County Office of Ed that serves the entire county has partnered also with UCLA teacher development project in the same professional development series as well.
Can you clarify on when did we inform parents about UCLA and just like where can they find out more about that?
Yes, so this was included in the last superintendent newsletter, and there's a comprehensive breakdown of our work in equity and inclusion on the webpage, which includes this professional development as well as the itinerary of the professional development over the 3 sessions.
Great, thank you. And then I had one other question. I'll come back to it. I just
can come back to you.
Did you want to ask me about the acronyms? Thank you.
Thank you.
Much. Can you speak to whether or not UCLA Center X will be working with students or with teachers?
Yes, the UCLA Center Project, they don't work with students, they only work with teachers, and they'll be working with our teacher staffs. The sessions will be an hour and a half long and 1 per trimester.
It's not a question, but a comment. I just want to thank the staff and the Equity and Inclusion Committee for continuing to push this through. I know we had some hiccups in the spring about professional development, but we've seen it through, and I'm very excited for what UCLA Center X will be doing to help us with professional development and continuing with our equity inclusion goals with the district. It's just so important that we keep continuing on that path. So thank you.
Thank you.
I remembered. Yeah. So is there a component that they would be willing to talk with parents about? Things that like have a parent component of this?
At this time, our contract is only for staff professional development, but that's something that we could inquire about to see if they would be open to doing a session for parents.
Great, thanks.
Great, thank you for those questions, Board. I think we echo the support. Thank you, Doug, for mentioning that. No further questions from my end either, so thank you for that presentation and update. Do I have a motion to approve item B41, 21, 22, the agreement for professional development services?
So moved.
Again, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Maggie. Christine, if you could do the honors, please.
Board Member Cole?
Aye.
Board Member Gardner?
Aye.
Board Member Cluth?
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove-LaMonica?
Aye.
President McCall?
Aye.
All in favor?
Moving on to item B42, 21, 22, agreement with Beach Cities Cycling Club.
I'm also really excited about this one. So this is something I'm very passionate about, bike safety. And we've been working with the Hermosa Beach Police Department in order to try to address the phenomena of electric bikes in our community. I do want to take this moment just to acknowledge that electric bikes are a fun, great recreational activity, but it's also creating a safety hazard among our students and in our community. And we need to be careful, starting with just having awareness of electric bikes, their capacity, what's legal, what's not legal, and ensuring that our students are doing the basics, wear a helmet, stop at stop signs. So we're partnering with PD to do a safety video that will show to all of our students. And we are going to be working with the Beach City Cycling Club along with PD to hold a bike safety event for our elementary age students on campus. I'm really pushing for this. It's an outdoor event, so we think that we really believe we can do it COVID safe. I've done this event, and we've done this event in Hermosa, and I've done this event in my time at Redondo. It is fantastic. It's so important to teach our students bike safety. They will inspect bikes to make sure that tires are filled and that the brakes are properly working. And I really believe in doing it at these young ages. I love middle school. Middle school is my favorite, but they're invincible in middle school by that point. So it's really important that you work with them. You mean like annually? You mean like and teach them? A lot of our students have just never had bike safety courses. Like when does that happen? So I really want to give a big shout out to Beach City Cycling Club. They're very game, and we hope to get this off the ground soon. We're working with them on COVID protocols, but this is the big step of getting approval from the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Yeah, excellent. Board, any queries? Seeing a quick hand from Jen.
Sorry, I just almost had a near-death experience with an electric bike, and not only me, but 3 other people at the intersection from a Maricosta High School student the other day. And it was terrifying. So I'm totally super in support of this, but I really believe that parents also need this information, because I think that's really easy to buy an electric bike as a present or lend your child an electric bike without motorcycle safety. It is a motorcycle at this point. And so I truly believe we need to make this a huge priority so we don't have really sad stories to talk about, because it almost happened within, I swear to you, inches between my car, and then he kept going and almost got hit by another car, and then almost got hit by a third car crossing the street. And he's a Hermosa kid because he comes this way every single day. So I fully support this as long as there's parent education along with it.
Yes, the video will also be targeted towards the parent community. And then we put out a flyer last year as well too. The goal is to reach students and parents as well. And it's a lot of ways it's just informational. We're trying to keep it short so people will watch it. But I think the awareness of electric bikes, and in some cases we see multiple riders on a bike. So some parents may not even know that their children are riding on electric bikes.
Board, any other queries? Great. And in terms of the bicycles, say this is not just for e-bikes. This can be normal, I say old school, but traditional bikes as well as e-bikes, correct?
Correct. Yeah, for traditional bikes. Yes.
Right. All right. So with that, do I have a motion to approve item B422122, the agreement with Beach City Cycling Club?
So moved.
Thank you, Jen.
Second.
A second.
Second.
I'll take that, Doug. Thank you.
I got the old mic, man. It's hard. Everybody else got these brand new mics. I got gypped with the old mic.
Lame down there.
Okay, Christine, quick, save us.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica.
Aye.
President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you. Moving on to item B432122, contract of tutoring services.
Thank you, Stephen. Earlier, Jessica Bledsoe presented on Air Tutors as a tool to use this year. We are specifically looking at this year as a bridge for our students, particularly at the secondary level, who have experienced learning loss, and we're trying to help them get caught up and get them ready for high school. The cost of $14,000 is steep, but we think that it's worth the investment and a good use of our extended learning grant funds in order to make sure that our students are successful. So we're going to continue to really try different things, get out of the box, and we're excited that our new principal is bringing out of the box ideas.
That's great. Thank you. Any queries? Yes, Quentin.
Jason, if this program works, what's the implication for funding? I understood that Principal Bledsoe plans on doing it kind of gently as a pilot. So I'm assuming that $14,000 cost isn't really going to cover very much. If it works though, and we want to scale it up, that sounds like it could scale up pretty significantly in cost too.
We agree. And you mean like we, also believe in pulling out all stops in order to deal with the here and now. But right now we view this as a bridge to support our staff towards tier 2 interventions and implementing tier 2 interventions in class or through a class schedule, such as tutorial and such. I recognize that takes time. It takes time working with your staff, and we need to deal with the immediacy. If it is a program that's successful, I think that it would need to be considered on a more limited scale, and in order to control those costs, and or it could be made a priority item with our expenditures, but then we'd have to realign our budgeting.
How many students does that 14,000 cover?
I believe that is up to 50 students.
And how many students do we have in tier 2 intervention in middle school?
That's that's an indeterminate number, just because tier 2 extends pretty broadly. I mean, like, currently right now, I believe that we had, I believe most recently this month, up to, I think it was 7 SSTs at Valley and counting. There will be much more over the course of the school year. But it would be viewed as a measure within the SST or student success team process. So that's students that are more recently being identified as struggling in school or needing support, and that the school team is working on. So sometimes called an unidentified student, in the sense that they don't have a IEP or a 504 plan.
When will we get an update on how it's going?
Yeah, like I don't have a firm timeline for you, but I will say that within the next month or two, as this is ongoing, that I can communicate with the board when we can provide feedback or an update.
Thanks.
Maggie?
Yeah, I'm just echoing my concerns over the sustainability of this program. If it's $14,000 and services are an hour per week at $100, like that gets us down to 140 hours worth of services. And if that's for 10 students, that's 14 hours. So, that just doing the math on that, what it looks like in terms of the sustainability. So I'm excited we're able to be innovative with it, but I'm curious about the financial sustainability of it.
We agree, and as of right now, we're pursuing as a stopgap measure rather than as a long-term plan.
Can I just to follow up on that? It just, the inference I'm making, but I want to check it, is that coming out of a COVID year, there's a lot more students maybe struggling and need that intervention, and so there's kind of much more demand for this kind of support, and then potentially you help kids get over that hump, and then we get back to some steady state where the need is less.
That's accurate. And I would also kind of add to that, we also have the funding available that are dedicated to these measures to spend, and they are one-time dollars.
Can I have a follow-up question or just a comment? Is that I heard Ms. Bledsoe say there's also a math intervention group happening as well. So there's math intervention for like maybe a tier 1 group, and then there's this more intense tutoring to be available for up to 50 students in the tier 2 section. And this is just for middle school. So
that's accurate.
Correct? Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not sure how many more numbers we'll get into the 50. It's like, I think the majority of kids will get caught in that tier 1.
The goal is to limit it to just referral, and only the principal can refer students to air tutors.
Great. Well, thank you for the questions. Do I have a motion to approve item B43, 21, 22, contract for tutoring services?
So moved.
Thank you. Jen, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Doug. Christine, if you could do the honors, please.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove-LaMonica.
Aye.
And President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
Well done, team. Moving into the home straight, we are on personnel. Item P17, 21, 22, the tentative agreement between HBCSD and HBEA for certificated and classified collective bargaining for 2019-2020 and 2020-2021.
Sorry, I was just using my new button there. Thank you, Stephen. The negotiation process, which took place from July through September, with HBA has been great, and it's been long, and we've had difficult conversations, and we've also had great collaboration. I'm really proud of our work, and I also want to point out that this is a negotiation that took place over the course of 3 years. So 1920 is when it began, and extended into 2021 through the MOU negotiations and the setting aside of the collective bargaining agreement, which was agreed to by our association in order to focus on the year of COVID, and then finally ending here in 21-22. And as part of that agreement, HBA agreed to set aside the years 1920 and 2021 and to start a new CBA for 21 through 24 through a 3-year agreement rather than going back and retroing. That's a great leap forward for HBA and the district and shows the level of trust between the district and the bargaining unit. I really want to credit them for agreeing to this. This tentative agreement is before the board to close out the 1920 and 2021 school years of negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And yeah, I think on behalf of the board, thank you very much to HBA and everyone involved, but particularly those folks in the bargaining team. I know that there's a lot of hours and time that goes into this. So could you give us names? It's Leah. I don't want to. I mean, but
oh, you're gonna totally put me on the spot. I'll have to look it up for everyone on the
no,
board.
it's all good.
I bet I could though. Like we had Leah Navas, Mary Mosky, Kelsey Hendricks, David Hart, David Carver. I think I'm getting close.
Well done.
Yeah, and then of course
late hour as well.
Tracy Robinson and Penny Savoyan, the CTA rep, who retired on literally the last day of our negotiations. And I want to give a big shout out to Penny Savoyan as well too. Has been a great partner with the school district. Really understands a small school district, and I'm looking forward to working with the new CTA rep, Omar. I, and the union president are going to meet for just an informal meet and greet next week, just to get to know each other and start to build that relationship to continue with the momentum that we have working with HBA.
That's great. So thank you to all those folks, and also just what we went through. I don't have to go too deep into it, but everything that they really supported us. I mean, being one of the first, if not the first school district to get back with traditional learning, in-person learning after the period of distance learning, etc., and where we are now, and to sort of continue on this momentum. So thank you very much. Team, any queries or further comments?
Just wanted to ask, is this I can't tell which is the right one, but is there a place that you could highlight some of the positive things that I mean, I feel like the teachers and the staff are, I feel like we all are making a real effort. We see the work that they did in the last year, and I just feel like I don't want it to go without notice of there's great things that they've agreed to do and that the district is doing as well.
Under this current item, this is not actually the CBA.
Okay,
that's up
that's
for
why I just
approval.
couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But this is the agreement to close out those school years, which I think is a major accomplishment in itself.
All right, great. Well, Jason, get your notes together for the next item.
Yeah, sorry. Now you know my question.
It just buys me time to look it up.
Yeah, good. All good. And thumbs up otherwise on this item? Okay, great. Do I have a motion to approve item P17-2122, the tentative agreement between HBCSD and HBEA for certificated and classified collective bargaining for 2019-2020 and 2020-21?
So moved.
Thank you, Quentin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Doug. Christine, if you could do the honors, please.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove-LaMonica.
Aye.
President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
Moving on to the next item, P18-2122, the tentative agreement between HBEA and HBCSD on revised certificated bargaining agreement language.
It is recommended for the board to approve the revisions to the HBA and HBCSD certificated bargaining unit. The two units, it's very unique, but the classified unit and the certificated unit although they have two separate contracts, they negotiate together, and they're both represented by the California Teachers Association. We found this to be very fruitful in regard to just bringing in all stakeholders. We think that HBA takes their responsibility to both units very seriously. And I can honestly say personally, like that we all have been very impressed during the course of negotiations, how well they represent each other. So in regard to the certificated contract, some of the things that we did is we made adjustments to representation, including school psychs and nurses. We also made adjustments to the complaint procedure for non-employees, just making the timelines more aligned with what is realistic. And then we also temporarily increased class sizes just to deal with the current situation in regard to enrollment loss, as well as budgeting to increase to 31 and 32. We don't intend to increase class sizes immediately to 30, but it just gives flexibility in order to do so. And then we also have just a lot of language that we adjusted in regard to leave. The certificated unit also agreed if the district would recognize pandemic leave, then we would rewrite the language for an old piece of language called quarantine leave that was very open-ended. So we made it more specific to pandemic leave and then extended that to the classified unit, but it just makes for more concrete language and just more clarity in regard to what is it and how much is it. Thank you.
Great. Quentin?
Yeah, just a quick question on the class size thing. Does the class size flexibility, I know this over the last 5-6 months, it's been really unusual in terms of understanding and predicting what enrollment was going to be. You know, it was a very, very unusual summer and obviously last year. Does the class size flexibility help us potentially reduce the chances of having to go to combo classes, which I know was something that was, something that came out of, the challenges to do with enrollment uncertainty and volatility?
110%. This year, and I think that all districts are experiencing it, but I would say it's also a very specific Hermosa phenomena, is the most unpredictable year for enrollment and probably the history of education. There's no precedent for losing 150 students in one year and then gaining back 75 students. And then the enrollment patterns were very strange as well too. Typically enrollment patterns take place during, when you open up kinder registration for one grade level, you see an increase, in February and March when you open up registration, and then you might see a slight bump, in August, which typically, as we've looked at, resulted in an overall decline of on average between 50 and 20 students. This year, we were receiving student enrollment on a weekly basis from starting in February and extending all the way into the last few days before school. And we were getting increases of students between anywhere between 5 and 15 per week. That also includes student exits as well too. So it's a give and take, so that number continues to fluctuate. This is why it was a very hard year to call what final enrollment would be, while also being responsible about our budget, in our allotments. We have a very low class size ratio. We pride ourselves in that class size ratio. We want our class sizes to be low because we believe that it results in better quality for our students and for our teachers. However, those uniquely small class sizes in grades 4 through 8 do contribute to the possibility of combination classes because of the limitations. With greater flexibility on the cap of classes, that would allow us to go to open up additional classes or allow more students into those classes. So therefore we don't result in combination classes. Combination classes are a regular feature of elementary schools specifically. And the truth is that though the ratios may be 24-1, 30-1, 35-1, grade levels do not come in those neat packages. And sometimes you will have numbers where you will have half that number in each grade level, and that will result in a combination class. Otherwise, you're running your ratios low to the point that you are not expending your budget appropriately. So you're staffing classes that you don't actually receive the funding for. And that ultimately is what dictates making those decisions about staffing and about combination classes.
And you continue to see that flexibility into the start of the school year, I believe. Is that right? Is that why some of those combo classes and configurations changed?
Can you clarify the question? Sorry, I just don't know if I understood.
Or just the fluctuation, as I recall, the fluctuation in enrollment, extended through into the first couple of weeks of school.
Absolutely extends to the first month of school. We have only just at the end of September seen a leveling of our enrollment, which I believe is at 1227 when we last checked. But we were seeing gains and losses, but anywhere between 5 and 8 students each week, because you have many students that either show up on your doorstep or students that leave and don't notify the district. And we make great efforts. I credit the Department of Education over here putting out surveys, making phone calls, putting out several exit forums. We've collected exit data in order to make sure that we're appropriately gathering those numbers.
And Jen? Team, good. All right. Do I have a motion to approve item P182122, the tentative agreement between HBA and HBCSD on revised certificated bargaining agreement language?
So moved.
Thank you, Jen. Do I have a second?
Second.
Clinton. Christine, if you could take the honors, please.
Board Member Cole.
Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica.
Aye.
President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
Moving on to item P192122, the tentative agreement between HBA and HBCSD on revised classified bargaining agreement language.
Again, thank you to HBA for the negotiations, and this extended to the classified unit. Some of the languages that we negotiated also extended to leaves, as I mentioned before, kind of moving into the 21st century with, rather than paper copies, providing digital copies of the contract itself. Changing some language in regard to the safety committee so that the safety committee is actually happening. We also acknowledge that noon duties are now part of the classified unit and require evaluations. We negotiated about recognitions, including that they did release the district clerk as part of the bargaining unit. We feel very strongly that the district clerk is a confidential member rather than a classified member, as they're the only classified member of the district office. And then we also looked at probationary evaluations to make sure that timeline matched ed code, as well as met the district's priorities about evaluating our employees early and often. We also clarified some language about vacation days to ensure that our unit members are utilizing their vacation days during non-pupil days. And then again, just want to credit the classified unit. They're a great unit. They represent themselves well. The story of COVID is the story of your classified unit and the work they did. And just a big shout out to the M&O team that Paula's over for getting us there. And also they almost single-handedly moved Valley to Vista. So it's been a long road for them as well too. And just a big shout out to David Carver and his team for advocating and for working with us. Thank you, and I'll now put this before the board.
Great. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, indeed. Absolutely. Thank you. And I'll maybe for all of these items, I also, should have said thank you also to the team, our district office and superintendent. Thank you very much, Jason. We know it takes a lot of time from the team to get there. Board, also, thank you very much. I know we were sort of also being responsive and in the moment to sort of come to the table and get things to a good point. So thank you, everyone. With that, any queries or do I have thumbs up? I have one query. You see, you were quick.
All right, no, I just had a question. This goes my last question was can you also highlight whether there were improvements in salaries and there was an improvement in health and welfare and benefits? Those are big deals, I think. And I wanted to make sure that it gets called out.
Yeah, we're happy to share that. And thank you to the Board of Education for, again, working to make sure that our staff, are compensated and taken care of. So for the certificated unit, they received an increase in salary of 3.5%. On schedule, and then 1.5% for those employees that worked in 2021 during COVID, and are now still currently employed. Just as a reference, that most, if not all, school districts provided some type of salary payment to their employees last year during COVID. Hermosa Beach and HBA did not, and that was a mutual agreement because we were facing a budget and fiscal cliff. So I really want to credit them and us for working together in order to be fiscally responsible and meet the moment. And then we increased our employee benefits to our employee benefits cap, or the district's contribution to health and welfare benefits, by $700. So that's from $7,800 to $8,500. I'm also proud to report through the hard work of our HR department over there, and Paula working with our health negotiator in order to secure an agreement to limit our healthcare cost increases with particularly Cigna. Cigna agreed to, we went from a 5% increase to a 0% increase over the course of 2 years because we went back out to market and negotiated. So we're very proud of that accomplishment for our members. For the classified unit, and again, I want to give a big shout out to HVA for negotiating this on behalf of their members. They felt strongly that to differentiate and advocate for a 5% increase, which we agreed to for the classified unit because they are compensated less in relation to teachers, much less. And also a 1.5% off schedule for those that worked the prior year and are still employed, and as well as a $700 increase to the employee health and benefits cap, bringing it to $8,500. Thank you. And I appreciate, Jen, you asking to inquire about that compensation package. And again, I want to thank the board for supporting it.
All right, do I have a motion to approve P19-21-22, the tentative agreement between HBA and HBCSD on revised classified bargaining agreement language? I'm just trying to read it all out. Come on. Thank you, Maggie. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dan. Christine.
Aye.
If this was Squid Games, we'd all be shocked right now. So please.
Board Member Call.
Aye. Aye.
Board Member Gardner.
Aye.
Board Member Clue.
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica.
Aye.
President McCall.
Aye.
All in favor.
Thank you, Christine. Moving on to item P20-21-22, certificated employment transaction, employment contract for Valley School Assistant Principal.
We are proud and excited to promote teacher Hillary Overbeck to the assistant principal position. I can tell you she has already been hitting it out of the park. I will give you an example that I did see an email from Hillary Overbeck, who is, I believe, watching this meeting as we speak, who already sent a thank you email to Ali Stewart for all of her work in supporting testing. Hillary Overbeck is currently over testing at the Valley site and has done a phenomenal job. We are really proud to promote our own, and I know a lot of us feel really strongly about Hillary's work. I want to also note that this is not her first administrative tour. She ran our first summer school over the summer and did a fantastic job. Summer Propel Academy, that she coined that herself and turned the school into a submarine. So I just I'm really excited, really proud of her, and really grateful for her stepping up to the plate and getting into administration at a challenging time. So kudos to her. We need more great administrators like her.
Great. Yes, thank you, and congratulations. Any queries, board? Thumbs up? Double thumbs, I think, absolutely. All right, with that, do I have a motion to approve item P20-21-22, the certificated employment transaction for employment contract for Valley School Assistant Principal?
So moved.
Thank you, Jen. Do I have a second?
Second.
Doug. Christine.
Board Member Cluth.
Aye. So confused.
Board Member Gardner,
Oh,
Aye.
Board Member Cole,
aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica, and President McCall.
Aye, thank you. Moving on to stipends for item P2122. This is a tricky one at this end. P2122 stipends for Fontus and Pinnell coaches.
So it's recommended to the board to approve the Fontes and Pinnell Resource Coach stipend positions. These positions are created to assist our teachers in administrating the Fontes and Pinnell assessments. These coaches will be available to our teachers on site so they can ask questions, they can collaborate with the principal and provide best practices for our FNP assessments. The money will be taken out of our ELO grant.
Thank you, Sylvia. Yes, Jen.
It's a quick question. Are these Hermosa staff members?
Hermosa staff members.
That's awesome, because I know there's research that shows that people like really take to heart more professional development from their own staff than they would from an outside source. So A, I'm super stoked that they're Hermosa people, and B, as a community member or as a family member, if you have never administered the Fountas and Pinnell, it is hard to do. And so to have trainers that are right there at your staff, it's awesome. So thank you for getting this going. And it's a really accurate assessment, I think, if done correctly. And I'm excited to see us actually doing it potentially to fidelity.
Right, thank you, Jen. Board, any other comments? Good. Do I have a motion to approve item P2122? No, 22 stipends for Fontes and Pinnell coaches.
So moved.
Thank you, Quentin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Doug. Christine, if you could take the roll call vote, please.
Board Member Gardner,
Really switching it up. I wasn't ready on my busted old mic.
keeping you awake. Board Member Cole,
Oh, aye.
Board Member Cluth,
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica,
Aye.
President McCall,
Aye.
all in favor.
All right, well done, board. Moving to board member roundtable. I'm going to look down this way. Quentin.
Can we shorten our item names? That's all.
Trying to read them fast as I can. Jen, anything? Okay, thank you. Doug, anything?
No, nothing.
Maggie is closing up shop. All good. I just like to say thank you. And State of Schools, so anyone watching, coming up October 27th, that's going to be a great one. Thank you for the team who's putting that together. I know there's some great sort of input coming into that, and to community members that are also supporting, which is always sort of the name of the game for us. Board, we did mention at the beginning that we would look to re-adjourn. I do think there was one small item. I think it'll be super quick, but I would like to sort of take you up on that. But I know that for wider staff and team, whatever's needed in terms of if we can just adjourn to close out closed session, so to speak. But
can I just make one other last comment? I'm just to make sure I don't, get in trouble. I just wanted to point out that Skechers, which I believe was mentioned earlier, is coming up. People should sign up. And Hermosa has one of the best track records in all the South Bay.
Yeah.
If you look at it in terms of per capita. So it's a fantastic event.
Good job. All right. So with that, I'd like to adjourn to closed session, back into closed session, and we'll be back to adjourn the meeting formally later on, but it won't be too long, I don't think. So thank you. Thank you, everyone. Coming out of closed session, there's nothing further from the board to report. So that's it for this evening. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Motion.
I'm going to take Doug, thank you, and I'll take Quentin as the second. Christine, if you could take the vote, please.
Board Member Cole,
Aye.
Board Member Gardner,
Aye.
Board Member Cluth,
Aye.
Vice President Clerk Bove LaMonica,
Aye.
President McCall,
Aye.
all in favor.
Thank you, everyone. The meeting is adjourned. Thanks for your time tonight.